Well, bienvenue tout le monde à cette séance du 23 janvier du conseil de ville de Dorval. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the council meeting of January 23rd. J'espère que tout le monde a eu des belles vacances. And I really hope everyone had a really nice vacation, holiday vacation. But we're all back to business. Avant qu'on commence, j'aimerais qu'on se lève pour une période de réflexion. Merci. Before we start tonight, I just want to make sure that everyone in the room is aware of our regulations in regards to how we proceed with questions. I'm just going to repeat. One of our bylaws, which is questions may only contain the words necessary to obtain information requested. A question is out of order when it has a pointless preamble, it contains a hypothesis, a deduction, and an attribution of motives. We have a long meeting tonight, and we struggled with this in the last few months. And I think it's just important that we all, we're here. We have everybody submitted their questions, and let's be as brief as possible. I'm willing to stay here tonight, but we have 19 questions tonight, 3 times each. So I just ask people to be as concise as possible. Donc, j'aimerais rappeler à tout le monde qu'on a un règlement qui gère la période de questions. Ça a été approuvé par le conseil. Et pour résumer, les questions de ce soir doivent être, on doit être assez concis avec notre choix de mots. Et on présente l'information seulement pour venir à une question. Une question n'est pas en ordre si le préambule va un peu partout. Si ça comprend des hypothèses, des déductions, etc. Et donc, j'aimerais qu'on soit conscient que ce soir, on a à peu près 19 questions, 3 fois, puis le membre du public. Moi, je suis heureux de rester ici tard ce soir, mais je demande à tout le monde d'être respectueux et on essaie d'aller à travers la période de questions quand même avec une démarche raisonnable. Bon. J'ai 2 différents dossiers à présenter avant qu'on ouvre l'ouverture de la séance. So, 2 different things I'd just like to speak to tonight. Je vais commencer. Le sujet est l'inventaire des immeubles construits avant 1940 qui représente une valeur patrimoniale. Ça, c'est la loi 69. Donc, je voulais annoncer ce soir que la Cité de Dorval et la Ville de Montréal, en concertation avec le ministère de Culture et de Communication, ont conclu une entente pour créer un inventaire des immeubles construits avant 1940 qui représente une valeur patrimoniale. En juin 2022, une entente de valeur de 10 millions de dollars a été finalisée pour aider l'agglomération de Montréal à concrétiser ce beau projet. La réalisation de l'inventaire de notre territoire est prévue en 2024 et 2025, sous réserve de la disponibilité de firmes à ce moment. Tous les immeubles construits avant 1940 doivent être analysées selon une méthodologie établie par le ministre de la Culture et des Communications, incluant les bâtiments principaux, les bâtiments accessoires d'intérêt, les parties d'un immeuble institutionnel présentant une autonomie constructive et architecturelle, tout autre élément bâti possédant une fonction complémentaire et les coins de chemin. Donc, le Conseil et l'administration attendent avec impatience le démarrage de ce projet en 2024. A few words on inventory of buildings built before 1994 with heritage value, which some of you may know as Law 69. I would like to announce this evening that the City of Dorval and the City of Montreal, in conjunction with the Minister of Culture, et des Communications, have entered into an agreement to create an inventory of buildings built before 1940 that have great heritage value in June. In June 2022, an agreement worth $10 million was finalized to help the Montreal agglomeration bring this incredible project to fruition. The start of the inventory of our territory by the City of Montreal is planned for 2024-2025, subject to availability of firms at that time. All buildings built before 1940 must be analyzed according to the methodology established by the Ministère des Cultures et des Communications, including principal buildings, accessory buildings of interest, parts of institutional buildings with constructive and architectural autonomy, any other element with a complementary function, and roadside crosses, I guess, would be the same. The Council and Administration is looking forward to the start of this project in 2024. Le deuxième sujet donc j'aimerais aborder un peu ce soir, c'est sur le redéveloppement des propriétés à Dorval avec potentiel de transformation. Je tiens à remercier sincèrement tous les résidents qui ont pris le temps de remplir le sondage en ligne pour les propriétés de Dorval avec un potentiel de transformation. Plus de 600 résidents ont pris le temps d'enregistrer leurs opinions au cours des 31 derniers jours dans tous les secteurs de la ville. Les prochaines étapes seront les ateliers du 24, 25 et 28 janvier. 6 séances de type atelier se dérouleront en français et en anglais et les participants seront regroupés en ateliers de 8 à 10 personnes. Nous attendons une forte participation à ces sessions, tout comme nous l'avons reçu avec le sondage, et je demanderai aux résidents de ne pas participer à plus qu'une seule session afin que tous les résidents aient la chance de participer. Nous encourageons également tout le monde à suivre les directives auxquelles concernent les protocoles COVID-19. Une résidente de Dorval m'a récemment demandé pourquoi le centre commercial de Dorval n'était pas inclus dans ses consultations et j'en profite pour répondre à cette question pour vous. À la mi-janvier 2022, le conseil s'est réuni pour une présentation par notre directrice d'urbanisme afin d'expliquer à quoi ressemblait un tel projet. Et je peux affirmer que cela a été bien accueilli par les membres du conseil. Le 7 mars 2022, la portée et contexte du proposé pour un tel projet ont été transmises à tous les membres du conseil pour examen et ce document n'incluant pas le centre commercial de Dorval. Plus tard, le 21 mars, le conseil a adopté à l'unanimité un avis de motion qui enclencherait en fait le processus d'approbation d'un tel projet. Le conseil a également adopté à l'unanimité une résolution relative à ce projet lors de la réunion du conseil du 21 avril. Durant la période entre février et mars 2022, j'avais le désir d'ajouter le centre commercial au processus de consultation. Et lors de réunion de conseil au 20 de mars en 2022, j'ai même déclaré qu'il serait inclus dans la phase future du projet. La directrice de l'urbanisme et le directeur général m'avaient avisé que nous ne pouvons pas faire ça car il y avait des discussions à ce temps-là en cours avec le ministre des Transports de Québec concernant la proposition de redéveloppement du cercle d'Orval ainsi que les discussions avec l'ARTM et Via Rail dans une reconfiguration future de la gare intermodale, également touchée par la reconfiguration du cercle d'Orval. Cela pour dire que mon intention d'inclure le centre commercial dans les processus de consultation, j'en ai parlé à cœur avec l'administration et pour cela, je m'excuse de la confusion que cela a pu causer. Je crois fortement que ces consultations seront extrêmement positives pour notre communauté en établissant une vision d'un Dorval prêt à grandir dans les années 2030 et plus, tout en misant sur le développement durable et en s'orientant vers un plan écologique net zéro. So I'll read that in English as well. I would like to sincerely thank all the residents that took the time to complete the online survey for properties in Dorval with potential for transformation. Over 600 residents took the time to make sure that their opinions were recorded during the last 31 days from all sectors of the city. The next steps will be the upcoming workshops on January 24th, 25th, and 28th. These workshop-style sessions will be carried out in both in French and in English, and participants will be grouped into workshops of 8 to 10 people. We expect a large turnout for these sessions, just as we have received for the survey, and I would ask that residents only participate at one session so that all residents have the chance to participate. We also encourage everyone to follow current guidelines regarding COVID-19 protocols. I was recently asked by a resident of Dorval why the Dorval Shopping Center was not included in these consultations, and I will take this opportunity to answer this question for everyone. Not long after the 2021 municipal elections, our urban planning department brought to my attention the need to have an overall review of our 2012-2031 urban plan, as some of our regulations that support that implementation of the plan were outdated. To complete this review, it was felt that the city required the support of an external planning firm to help with the development of improved regulations, and that we needed to have a public consultation about densification in today's context over the next 15 years. In mid-January 2022, Council met for a presentation with our urban planning director to explain what such a project would look like, and I can state that it was well received by the Council. On March 7th, 2022, the proposed scope and context of such a project was transmitted to all the members of the Council for review, and this document did not include the Dorval Shopping Center. Later on March 21 of the same year, Council unanimously adopted an avis de motion that would effectively start the approval process for such a project. Council also unanimously adopted a resolution for the project at the April 21, 2022 Council meeting. During the period between February and March of 2022, it was my desire to add the Dorval Shopping Center into the consultation process. And at the March Council meeting, I even stated that it would be up for consultation in later phases of the project, which had not yet been determined. The Director of Urban Planning and the Director General at the time were also advising me that we should not do so, as they were having ongoing discussions with the Ministère des Transports de Québec regarding possible a new Dorval Circle reconfiguration project, as well as discussions with the ARTM and Via Rail in the reconfiguration of the intermodal station, also affected by the reconfiguration of the Dorval Circle. All of this to say that my intention for including the Dorval Shopping Center in the consultation it was always my intention of including the Dorval Shopping Center in the consultation process. However, I spoke out of chorus with the administration, and for that I apologize for the confusion that may have caused. I firmly believe that these consultations will be extremely positive for our community in setting a vision for Dorval that is ready to grow into the 2030s or further, while also focusing on sustainable development and moving towards a net zero ecological plan. So thank you for your patience on that.
J'aimerais avoir un droit de parole là-dessus.
Allez-y, monsieur. Pro.
Premièrement, j'aurais voulu savoir que tout le conseil était inclus dans votre préambule parce que je n'étais pas prêt à ça. Et là, je suis dans les notes. Moi, après la session d'information du 20 janvier de Salima, j'ai envoyé un courriel au conseil municipal et à Marc Deray principalement pour avoir une réunion avec Salima Achachena, car je n'étais pas au courant que les terrains avaient été ciblés et j'ai demandé pourquoi tous les grands terrains ne sont pas identifiés comme on avait voté qu'on était pour prioriser les terrains avec grand potentiel de redéveloppement et de requalification. Et le terrain de Nadag, du centre d'achat, est le terrain le plus important qui c'est la porte d'entrée. Alors, j'ai demandé une réunion car je ne comprenais pas pourquoi ça n'a pas été inclus. Donc, il y a un grand trou, il y a un grand manque. Et moi, je ne savais pas que BC2 était aussi lobbyiste pour Nadag, car quand j'ai voté pour le contrat de BC2, on avait dit qu'il y avait urgence et qu'il n'y avait pas d'autres compagnies qui pouvaient le prendre. Donc, puis on a eu très peu d'explications et la rencontre avec Salima m'a été refusée et il n'y a rien qui a été écrit là-dessus, il n'y a pas de traces. Et en réunion, on m'a expliqué que oui, tous les terrains qui ont potentiel allaient être dans la consultation. C'est pour ça que j'ai voté pour. Et il y a eu une confirmation de votre part au conseil de ville devant toute la population. So, just in English for everybody to be polite, we had a presentation January 20th by Salima Achachena, and I was surprised that the Nadag shopping center, the mall, wasn't included because we voted to have a study on the whole Dorval. Because my point was we have to stop to accept one deal at a time, and we need a global view on the development of Dorval. I asked to have a meeting because I didn't get why not all the big land were under the study, and I never had the chance to meet. And when we had the caucus, then I was explained that it's all the land, the big land, will be included, and it was stated by the mayor during that city council. So I'm surprised. I voted for that under the impression that all the land, and we will have a good talk with everybody in the city about the vision of everything in the city, not only a few parcel of land, but have a global vision. So that's it.
Merci, M. Beau, pour vos commentaires. Je pense qu'on est au point où on a besoin d'ouvrir la séance et adoption de l'ordre du jour. Est-ce que je pourrais avoir un proposeur?
J'aimerais proposer l'ordre du jour tel que présenté, M. le maire.
Je seconde, M. le maire.
Merci. On est rendu à 1.2, période de questions et réception de requêtes. Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un dans la salle ce soir qui aimerait poser une question, qui n'a pas envoyé sa question via le formulaire de la ville? On va prendre les deux questions et après ça, on va faire toutes les questions d'autres résidents. Merci.
J'aimerais savoir quelle est la vocation qui va être donnée à l'établissement ici.
En ce moment, on est en train de travailler avec des spécialistes, des architectes, des ingénieurs pour mieux comprendre l'état, pas nécessairement de cet édifice, la maison, mais l'autre édifice. On sait qu'il n'y a pas de système d'air central. Il n'y a pas de giglaire dans l'édifice. C'est possible qu'il y ait de l'amiante, etc. Donc, on attend des rapports de nos experts là-dessus avant qu'on va décider quoi faire avec la partie plus récente. La maison elle-même, cette maison ici, le but, la ville l'a acheté pour le préserver et on a plein intention de faire ça.
Et merci. J'allais aussi vous demander, présentement, il y a beaucoup de réfugiés, il y a beaucoup de sans-abri et tout. Est-ce que Dorval a un endroit peut-être pour les aider ou encore quel support il leur donne pour arriver à subvenir à leurs besoins?
L'autre édifice, la façon qu'elle existe aujourd'hui, on ne pourrait pas l'ouvrir à ce type de service. Il serait non conforme au règlement de sécurité. Donc, ce n'est pas vraiment une option. Nous autres, on a un service communautaire qui aide nos personnes âgées dans la ville, les résidents de la ville qui ont peut-être moins de sous que d'autres. Et il travaille aussi sur le dossier des réfugiés. Et on sait qu'il y en a une quantité qui reste à l'hôtel près de la 520. On est là, on offre des services à eux autres et avec en partenariat avec d'autres organismes ici à Dorval. So, c'est comme ça pour le moment qu'on essaie d'aider cette population-là qui réside temporairement à Dorval.
Avez-vous le nombre exact qu'on a de réfugiés?
Pas à tous les jours, non. Non. Est-ce qu'on a votre information de contact? Si vous laissez le courriel avec l'assistante greffière, on pourra peut-être vous communiquer cette information. Ça va et vient quand même assez fréquemment. Oui. Merci. Madame?
Gilles Aubertin from 500 Mousseau Vermette.
How are you?
Good, how are you? So I have a few questions. I'm going to try to combine them. I understand that the Bell Building on Bouchard is going to, at the end of the lease, going to be removed and replaced with condominiums and townhouses. Is that a fact?
Yes and no. We know that the lease on the building will expire in January 2026. We know that the owners of the buildings would like to redevelop that property. Will it be condos? Will it be apartments? What type of apartments and condos? What size? We have no idea. They have. We had the article. They put some information out in the newspapers. We did have a follow-up discussion with them, but at this point, we're not accepting any projects for any of the sites mentioned in the survey. So I think we're far away from that. I'll just add to that there's a lot of people saying that Dorval is full of condos. In fact, there's not a condo building being built in the city right now. Every project that is being built that has a permit to move forward is all apartment buildings. So whether there'll be apartments or condos, we have no idea. It's very premature.
Okay, so that being said, if it's going to be apartments, is it going to be low-end housing? Is it going to be subsidized apartments? Because that's a little bit of a concern in the area that we're in.
So that's why we're doing this consultative survey and meetings to understand what people really want. Everybody has a different wish and a different desire. And so we think it's very important and we're very happy that 600 people filled out the survey. That's fantastic.
I was one of them.
Very. You only did it once, right?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. But no, seriously, we're very happy with that number. It's always a challenge, and we did try to advertise it through all our channels of communication. The next phase is also very important. The survey only deals with a part of the discussion. These workshops that we're going to have in the next 3 days, in the next 3 sessions, are fun. I've participated in similar sessions. People will be sitting in tables of 8, depending on the turnout, maybe 10. It's very interactive, and council is going to be there as well. They'll be in the background. They're not going to take part in those conversations, but they're going to walk around the room, listen, and get a general pulse of what people are talking about. I think that this is a great method. There's going to be different exercises. So we've advertised it for about an hour and a half, but we're going to be there probably 2 hours, maybe a little bit more.
Okay, a major concern in our area, as you're probably aware, is parking. So when Mousseau Vermette was initially constructed, it was based on 1.5 cars per unit, and that doesn't exist. I mean, most people, 2 people that live in a condo, they each have their own car, and I know one person who has 2 cars. So we have a major problem with that, and it's fine that we have up until December 1st to park on Bouchard, which I had a lot to do with at the time, and I'm happy that we had that, but it's taken away in the winter. Now we see the Bell parking lot fully open, all kinds of room that's a space where the city could lease it for the people in that area so we can have parking. So if you intend to build up that project, where's there going to be parking space? Is it going to take up other spots? Because we do have people that park in our area and then go to the airport. We have 24-hour parking, and these people never get tickets. I've called multiple times. I've seen a car sit there for 5-6 days, and the guy runs around, and I say to him, this car, there's still snow on the car, and they don't do anything.
Well,
so it's not, and I can understand the reason why is because for the people that actually live there, there's no extra parking.
yeah, we do give tickets. Do we get everyone? I'm not sure.
No, because I have a dog and I walk my dog every day, so I know what's going on in that area.
Okay.
We do have a lot of cars that are parked there for days, more than 24 hours. It's never, they really abuse the system.
Okay. Our DG is taking that information down. He'll look into that.
Yeah, because when we have visitors, they have no place to park.
Mm-hmm. I understand. So, we'll take that point and bring that back to council. I don't know if we can rent that property or not.
Well, wasn't it rented out to St. Anne's, the academy?
They made an agreement during the construction period. I don't think it's a permanent agreement.
Well, there's still people parking there.
All day?
I don't know. I work from home, but I don't go out,
Yeah.
all day long. But
We'll look into that
Okay.
that question. I'd like to get back to the redevelopment of the Bell property. We don't
the
know
parking,
what that.
yeah.
The parking. We don't know what that's going to look like. So I understand that Mousseau Vermette was one of the first large-scale developments, and some council members weren't around in that time. I think we've discussed many times what was right and what was wrong with that. And, we'll admit that those 2-car parking spaces weren't really 2-car parking spaces.
1.5.
They sold us on 2 cars in those garages.
Oh, the spots themselves.
The
Yes,
spots,
you're right.
yes.
Yeah.
So, over the years, I think a lot of us have learned, what to look for and what to not do and repeat. So the projects that have been delivered after that are in better situations than where you are. So I think that we're always working to make sure that the parking ratios are correct. I understand that people are concerned. I know West Islanders tend to have more cars than they need. But at some point, we're, as a community, going to have to decide a little bit, is it cars that we want, or is it a different kind of mobility plan that we want, and that I hope will come out in the consultations.
Yeah,
But-
because Mousseau-Vermette is overpopulated in terms of cars.
In cars, yes.
We don't have, and we know that the new condos on l'Académie, there's plenty of parking there because you've got all kinds of street parking. But where we are, we don't have a lot of parking. So it's been an issue since I've lived there for 7 years now, or 8 years, and it's just an ongoing thing.
Okay.
You know.
So we'll look into the seeing if we can rent, but that's that's only going to be till for a couple of years, for now, anyways, until we know what the project there looks like, and I don't think we'll see any plans until late 2025, even 2026.
Okay.
But in the short term, we'll look into that, and we'll look into the applying, the parking rules
Okay.
a little bit stiffer, and I guess that
Okay.
really sums it up.
And I have one last question.
Go ahead.
For people that have small dogs. We don't have a dog park for small dogs. We have one for large dogs on the south side, which is down near 56th Avenue, which is never taken care of. It's really, really not a good place. So I have to drive out to Angel Woods to bring my dog to a dog park.
I think there's one in your area.
Where?
It's
56th Avenue.
no, it's Mousseau.
Pardon? Yeah. So where would it be in Dorval?
There's one on Bourg Gallant, on the corner of Bourg Gallant. There's a little tiny. There's a children's park.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
but that's just for any dog.
Any dog. Yeah.
Right. We have a lot of small dogs in the area. It would be nice to have a dog park for small dogs and big dogs, because that's what a lot of communities are offering.
Okay.
And I think that's something that's really important, because we don't have any place for our small dogs to go and run around.
Okay. I don't think we have a dedicated small. No.
No, but I mean, it's something to think about. If there's space coming up in for planning, because a lot of people now in condos have small dogs. They don't all have big dogs.
Okay.
So, okay.
Well,
May I ask a question?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. In many municipalities, they split the dog park in two. Is that what you're referring to, or you want a
Exactly.
separate?
Oh, no,
one?
no. Just split in two.
Split in two.
Yeah, because if you go to Angel Woods, that's what they have. They have a large dog park and a small one.
Yeah, in many municipalities now, the big dogs are on one side, the small dogs.
Completely. And there's a size limitation. So the little dogs can't get trampled over by the big dogs.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. And I think we're a growing city, and I think it's something we should have.
Okay,
Thank
Dave,
you.
we'll see what we can do. At least the most obvious park is in Surrey. That's a
Yeah,
huge.
but that's north side.
Yeah.
Right, we live on the south side. No, north is good. We pay a little more in the south. So it would be nice to have that.
Well, I think we'll cut that discussion off because
Yeah. Do we
those
know-
listening might not agree.
Do we know what the percentage of our tax is going to be? The increase in our taxes? Because I didn't get mine yet. I know
Should
the
have received-
evaluation.
Should receive the bill this week. So I'll quickly resume it.
Yeah.
Not to take everyone's time. Dorval had a average increase of 32%.
Mine was 45.
So if you're at 32%, your tax increase would be 0. If you were below 32%, you might see a small reduction. And if you're above 32%, you'll have an increase. So I don't think it's going to be
We don't
that
know.
big.
What's the range? Would be between
It
three-
varies. It varies with each property,
Exactly.
but it's not like proportionate. So if you're
So like 3%?
13%, no,
Not even?
it's possible, but depends on the value of the home. But it's unlike
Okay.
yeah.
I'm in a
Your
condo.
tax bill is in the mail already. If
Okay, I
it's
didn't
not
get
a-
it yet, so okay.
It's not there. It will be there this week.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
So I've received mine at my house.
Okay, thank you.
But we're not talking $1,000 or anything like that. Yeah. Okay. Is there another question from the audience? Allez-y.
Good evening to everybody.
Good evening.
Sir, I live in Cloverdale Street, 264 corner of the Lagleys.
Yes?
And we do not have any sidewalks on both sides of our street, which I knew when I bought the house also. But recently, when the construction started at the Dorval Mall, at 5:45, there are like 5 cars right from corner to further, and then 4 cars. Like this morning, there were 9 or 10 cars. They come, workers, they park their car at 6 o'clock. The cars are running and they leave at 6:30 or 6:25 for work, and they come at 3:30. But in between that time, like if the city plow pass, he goes like that, which is very difficult that he could make also. But for people like us, those who are senior, and like lady was saying that we have dogs to walk and all, it is very, very difficult. And then there is a mailboxes things. So it is almost impossible, like to not to get some kind of, I see almost every second day people slipping and falling on the snow or ice or something. So is that could be done that something on particularly that street, there is no like parking or something. Why is that it could be parked on where there is sidewalk, at least is less disturbing for walking people?
Yeah, I understand your question, and we're well aware of that situation. It's a concern for us because we also know that there's another development project in that area.
Yes, sir.
And we need to be proactive in dealing with that solution. What I'm going to ask you to do is leave your name with the assistant city clerk over there with your contact information.
Please.
It's planned for discussion in our circulation committee meeting, which is next month, I believe, in a couple of weeks. February 15th, that very discussion. And if you don't know, the circulation committee is made up of employees of the city, some elected officials, and the police as well. So we're going to try to find a solution to that. And if we have to impose something that is temporary, maybe that's a solution. But we're very well aware of it. It's been brought to our attention. And not only do we just we want to deal with this short term, we want to deal with the fact that there'll be workers at the other property
Very kind,
in the
sir.
springtime.
I discussed with my counselor actually a few days ago.
Very
good. I say, what could be? He says, you could come and present your side and just, no, because when even they want to clean the road, it's like, it's not. So I have to pull my snowblower after 4:30 when they are gone to clean that street, which is not kind of my job, but
No, we should be doing
but
that.
to be safe, but to be safe,
Yeah.
So we are doing that, but almost, I'm 70 years old soon, so it's not easy.
No, don't
So-
shovel. Get your neighbor's children to shovel for you.
No, if I may.
And another small question, sir. Is the Dorval is maintaining its bilingual status?
We're going to vote on that later on tonight.
Okay, good.
If I may answer, Mimosa and Cloverdale are 2 streets that don't have any sidewalks.
Yes, sir.
And 2 streets that are really, really family oriented, and that's what we want. We want families to be comfortable. We call it in French apaisement de la circulation. So we want safe streets. I'm well aware of that, and we're working on solution because there's going to be an increase of population in Dorval, and we don't want your streets to become parking streets. We want streets to be family oriented.
Okay, sir. Very kind of you, sir.
Thanks so much
Thank
for
you.
coming tonight.
Okay.
If there's no more questions from the audience, I'll start. Is there any more? Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening. My name's Peter Rowland. I reside at 155 Thorncrest Circle. I have 3 questions. I wrote them out, so I'm going to read from my
So
text.
we'll take your. I know I have your questions here to read tonight, but you can go ahead.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure about the.
No. Now we'd go through the online, but go ahead. You're there.
Did I jump the queue?
It's okay. You took a pat. No, it's okay. You're at the microphone. Go ahead. We got to do them all anyways.
I apologize to my fellow residents. Whereas the residents of Thorncrest Circle will be directly impacted by the construction of a proposed exterior rink located on the grounds near Dorval Arena by light and sound pollution, and whereas our line of sight that the elevated enjoyment and value of our properties will be significantly impacted by new construction, what form of consultation took place and or will take place for the residents of Thorncrest Circle to the proposed construction and its location?
Okay, so I think we've been speaking publicly about this project for many years now, and I think we heard the concerns that you folks on your street have expressed. I know we had a discussion during the elections on that subject. I brought with us the plans that we have over there, what we're proposing, and I know we're going to follow up this with another discussion. What we're proposing is to change the direction of the building from the north-south, which we discussed, which was parallel to your properties, to an east-west direction. And then in the proposal, we have one end of the arena that is closed, that has a sound wall there. So that's part of the solution. We have a very low roof as well, much lower than some of the other projects I've seen around the province. You look at Chambly, for example, they have a beautiful rink. It's extremely, extremely high. We're going to have a much lower profile roof. And so it should cut the impact of the visual light pollution as well. We plan to put a small hill in between your properties and the back end of the arena, which has a sound wall. And on that, we're going to work with you guys to make sure that we have hedges and trees planted as an additional sound absorbing method as well. So that's how we're looking at helping out. Now, if we have other additional things that we need to do, we'll certainly discuss them.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. My second question is, whereas the new exterior rink represents a significant investment of the city's budget, both initially and in long term, and whereas the proposed location would potentially trigger the destruction of the well-used soccer fields and the sledding hill, was there an assessment for the proposed construction done to ascertain the need for such a facility and its location now and in the future according to the needs of the community? And if so, what were the results of such an assessment?
So there was not a formal survey that was done, but we know that people have been asking us for this for a while. I think it was we posted the information that you see there I believe it was in December. It was our biggest post, or the most popular post. I think it had around 300 likes, just that post. It's a project that people do want. I'm going to give you some examples. If this year we opened our skating rinks, I guess the middle of January. A rink like that could have been opened in beginning of December. Kids could have been outside enjoying the Christmas holidays on a skating rink. Global warming is here; it's with us. We're not going to become a tropical country anytime soon, but we can't control the weather anymore. At least this type of facility, and maybe in 10 years we won't be able to maintain rinks. I really don't know what this future is bringing us, but this type of facility lets kids, be outside in a skating rink instead of inside in an arena for quite a bit longer than a normal uncovered rink.
I understand that need and how it fulfills. I have 3 kids myself, and we enjoy the facilities of Dorval. Speaking, I guess, selfishly, my backyard is going to become everybody's playground. and so that's of concern. My third question is, whereas exterior rinks, both temporary and permanent, have an impact on the environment in terms of light pollution, sound pollution, potential ground and water pollution from coolant leaks, and whereas there are underground rivers and aqueducts that traverse the proposed location, and whereas there are many generational trees in and around the proposed location that would have to be cut down, and whereas the electrical demands of refrigeration system are significant, was there an environmental impact assessment done for this project, and what were the results?
Okay. So the soccer fields in question haven't been used, and don't quote me on the number, but haven't been used for probably 10 years or more. There's
Sorry,
two. There,
just to be clear, the soccer fields that are presently behind the Dorval Arena?
yeah.
I'm going to contradict you. I coached on those fields. I coach my own kids in Dorval soccer on those fields. I watch kids running up and down those fields, both in recreational activities and organized activities on a regular basis. They're used for land training. The hill that has been constructed is used wintertime all the time, and in summertime is used for dryland training for team visiting hockey teams. I see kids, families, the kids from janvier on those fields regularly.
I wasn't even aware that, and I go there often, I wasn't even aware that it had nets.
Yes, it does. It has transportable nets. They're white and they're aluminum. They even have excellent tie-down posts so the kids, when they hang on them, they don't tip over. They're
Okay.
so those fields are well and truly used and enjoyed.
Okay. I'll have to look into that. I wasn't aware of what you're saying. I can't recall seeing nets there recently, but I'll concede that point for now.
Thanks.
Definitely, the hill is not going to be. The hill will be moved. It would be in the way today. We're very well aware that it would have to be put in another location in that general area, and we have full intention of doing that. The refrigeration system is a self-enclosed building. It's not exposed. It's the same kind of building. You'll look on the plans. It's an enclosed area where the Zamboni will be in the refrigeration system. So the impact of that building is the same as the arena. In regards to trees, it is possible, and we don't have a final placement yet. Depends where that will be. There might be 2 trees that might be cut down because of the arena. We're going to be planting many more. It's an arboretum around there, so we will plant more, and we will plant some behind your property as well. We're trying to build the arena. We're not trying. We are going to build the arena in wood, which is an ecological way of building something today. There's a gray roof on it. There'll be solar panels. The solar panels will not run the refrigeration system, but all the lighting needs for the facility. So we're trying to build it with as much of a least impact on the environment as we can.
I appreciate that. Going back to my question, was there an environmental impact assessment done in lieu of this development?
No,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Yeah, number 1. Mr. Mamoni. Please.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you again
Thank you.
for holding this meeting. My questions were not complicated. I'm just wondering, why are we still using le sel blanc sur les tatouages? I mean, in Pointe-Claire, it's green-blue. In Verdun, they use gravel sand dust. We have dogs. We walk dogs. We know what white salt does to concrete. We know what it does to our grass. We know what it does to our cedar hedges. It burns them. Just wondering, are we forecasting to change from white salt, like les autres villes, quelque chose that's more environmental?
So, Mr. Mamoni, thanks for the question and for including in your preamble. One of the questions I was going to bounce back to you is, do you have examples of other cities that do this broadly? So you mentioned Verdun and Pointe-Claire, and so we can take a look at what they're doing across the city. A few points to this. You're absolutely right. The environmental impact of salt is not ideal. We have actually piloted over the past several years a few different products in Dorval at different locations. We've tried mulch. We've tried like crushed stone. We've tried, I think, beet juice or something to that effect, but it wasn't deemed sufficient to properly de-ice. This year, we have piloted that in parks. We are not using salt on the pathways in parks. We are using the small crushed stone, pierre concassé. But even with that, we're seeing that there are limitations in the equipment that's distributing it. It is meant as a pilot, but knowing of other cities that are, if they've been doing it consistently for a few years, if we can look at what they've done successfully, and if they're able to kind of circumvent some of the challenges we observed, that's helpful to know. So we've made a note of those cities, and certainly something we're eager to continue looking at.
We hope to see blue or green salt soon in Dorval.
Mm-hmm.
And the next question was, it's been answered because I asked a question before the agenda. Your agenda comes out like Friday at 4:30.
Well,
I
ask the
believe.
question.
It's like,
Mr.
I wanna
Vice
answer.
President
Ask it
five,
anyway.
5 to 7 hour
Yeah.
agenda, but it's all right. The library will be open as June 17th, I believe, summer hours. Congratulations, long
Forever.
in coming, but thank you.
This-
The third question, and I know we're all in a hurry tonight. The third question is, I don't understand. You're doing a town planning, and I'm always scared when people go for town planning because we should know what we're planning already before we ask the question, but it's all right. We've done it in St. Anne de Bellevue. I was involved in St. Anne de Bellevue planning, roundtable, consultants, fantastic. But at the end of the day, most cities are doing a percentage. You want to build 200 units? You give me 10% affordable housing. Affordable housing is 30% of your income goes towards housing yourself. So do we have any of this? All these projects? Yeah, apartment buildings are market value. 2200, 2600, $2.25 a square foot is the average when people promote or rent a square foot at $2.25 a square foot plus garage. We know 1,000 square feet is $2,250 minimum plus parking. Most people can't afford more than 1,500, so we're still not in the loop of housing people with apartment buildings in Dorval. Nowhere near that. Cadillac Fairview has the same problem. They cannot house the average person. We can't afford to house ourselves no more. So will Dorval please make a bylaw? You could build in my city. You're welcome to invest your $500 million, but give us 10% towards affordable housing or sustainable housing. We could change that name. People don't like affordable housing. They think it's going to take value away. It's called sustainable housing. Could we have some sustainable housing with a bylaw? We pass a bylaw. We don't need to do a consultation for 2 years and spend $1 million. 10% of everything gets built is for sustainable housing, meaning I build 200, you give the city 20 units that are below market value. That's all I want to know. Will there
Okay.
be a bylaw?
So part of this consultation process is to hear people's feelings on that, because there's different ways of doing this. That's one way that you've explained one vision of that. I think what we have to do is listen to what people are saying, and then we'll have a reflection on that, and then we'll come up with strategies on how we can do that. I don't particularly like the concept of building a condo that is $2,000, as you said, and then trying to put someone at a lower rent inside. I don't think that's. Well, we know what's going on in Montreal. Maybe we get a piece of property from the developer. Maybe he has to allow us a certain footprint on the property, and then we work with some of the other groups who can build that kind of project and not leave it up to the developer. So there's different solutions to that question. I think what we're already looking at this. What we need to know is how people feel about it. Yes, some people think this is important. I think everyone feels it's important, but to what extent is affordable housing affordable for everyone is a different story. So I'm telling you tonight that yes, we are going to have this reflection, and council at some point is going to have to pronounce itself, and that will be towards the end of these consultations.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Mrs. Bleakley, she's not here. Mrs. Bleakley's question is the following: Urban Planning Survey. I welcome the chance to answer the Urban Planning Survey to share my thoughts on the subject. However, even with 2 university degrees, both of which require research methodology courses, I could not decipher many of the questions. The language was convoluted at best. Clearly, there was a bias trying to attain the desired answers. They did not appear to be professionally developed. It did not appear to be a professionally developed survey designed to elicit true citizen participation. I feel that English and French was not someone's first language. They would stand a little chance of expressing their opinions with this survey. My question is, who designed the urban planning survey, and how much did it cost taxpayers? Mrs. Bleakley, I can't tell you how much the survey cost. It's part of the project that we all approve with BC2. They did the urban planning survey, and they prepared it for us. Now, I understand that there are some people who found it convoluted. I know my wife did it without asking me any questions. That's okay. Other people struggled with it, and that's okay too. The reality is that everyone had a different perception of that. Some people probably did it faster than others. We can discuss all that if we want, and we will review that later on. But to your specific question of, how much did it cost? It's part of the whole project for the consultation, and we know that that's a year-long process, which involves the survey, the consultations, final reports, and updates to our urban planning regulations. So hopefully that answers your question, Mrs. Bleakley. If you like, myself or anyone of the council, we're happy to speak with you if you wish. Mr. Levine, is he in the room today? Question 1, May 2022 council meeting, nanoparticles. At the May council meeting, I was told that I would be kept advised of what is happening with Aéroport de Montréal. I was also advised that Dorval would ask the agglomeration to acquire devices to measure nanoparticles in residential areas of Dorval. What happened to the request of the agglomeration, and what do you have to report regarding your requests and communications with ADM and any ministries that you were in contact with? So Murray, I did reach out to the agglomeration, and they've advised us that they manage their own air quality stations on the island of Montreal. There are some on the West Island, and they do that. You can, and they do this on a daily, regular basis. And Mr. Levine, you can, I'm sure you can Google that site. I know it's updated on a regular basis, and it will give you readings that are real-time readings of the air quality on the island of Montreal. In regards to the airport, they feel at this point that it's in the hands of the Minister of Transport. Now, for us, at this point, this question of yours is a public health issue, and for us as a municipality, I understand that maybe some of the information sounds disconcerting, but we do not have we do not have the ability to manage public health, and that's really the Quebec government and on the health side, and it's really something that is an issue from the airport point of view with Transport Canada. So I would suggest to you that if you have any more questions, you should really be speaking with your deputy in Quebec and your deputy in Ottawa on how they are dealing with this issue. How bad is the nanoparticle solution? That's your question number 2. In October, a study published by The Lancet informed the world that nanoparticles of black carbon have been found in lungs, brains, livers, and aborted fetuses in Aberdeen, Scotland. Previously, they have been found in placentas, postpartum in Belgium, and other studies. A Dorval PhD suggests that I contact a toxicologist when I asked her if she could compare the air situation in Dorval and Aberdeen. I did, and I was told that the air in Dorval is worse. Consequently, the logic dictates that there are many residents in Dorval who have nanoparticles and black carbon in their brains, lung, and livers. Is that a matter of concern to you that calls for immediate action in Dorval? Murray, I don't know where you get that information from. We can say it. We can say whatever we want. I'm not a doctor. I don't think anyone here on council is qualified to say where it is. Am I concerned? I'm concerned. But the airport does not fall under the jurisdiction of this municipal government. And it's great that you want to ask us where we stand, but your questions should be directed to to the provincial government from a health point of view, and to the federal government at Transport Canada, who regulates the airport and their actions. Question 3, prudence on the pursuit of public interest. According to what I've been advised, Dorval's failure to deal with the nanoparticles situation is akin to informing the residents of Dorval that they need to boil water after a water main break. If Dorval doesn't inform each and every resident of the situation, then what they can do is, as to what they can do to protect our health, I will file a complaint with the Municipal Commission under 88-2022. Not sure what that is, but that's what you're saying. Dorval now has 10 days to start informing all its residents of the problem and what they can do. Do you understand? I understand that you said it. That's about all I can say on that. Is anyone on council that wish to say anything else? So that's our answers, Mr. Levine. Thank you. We have a question from Mrs. Salevnez. Hey, she's in the room. I am sorry about the pronunciation of your name.
Good evening. I'll read my questions. I may be paraphrasing them. I don't remember how I typed them in. But the city of Westmount recently was hit by a cyber attack. What procedures does the city of Dorval have to prevent such an attack? And what procedures does it have in place to deal with such an attack if it takes place?
So I understand your question and your concern. We monitor our best practices regularly. We work with consultants, and we're making sure that what happened in Westmount does not happen here in Dorval. I can't speak to the specific steps that we're taking. That would just give potential hackers a little bit of a heads up. But I can tell you that we are working very hard at making sure that our equipment is up to date, using latest technologies, and we are taking steps to make sure that we're dealing with external consultants who are monitoring our system on a regular basis to let us know should we have intrusion attacks.
Thank you. My second question is about pedestrian safety. Pedestrian deaths are rising in Montreal, and what plans does the city of Dorval have in place to reduce illegal speeding to increase safety of people walking?
So I know Montreal has this problem. We have a speed issue here in Dorval as well, and I guess it was about a year and a half ago that we reduced the speed limit from 40 to 30. You know, there are people who respect that, and there will always be people who don't respect that. But that's part of our solution. We're going to be working on a study for les corridors scolaires, the school zones. That's something that is particularly important for us. We should have more information and hopefully a report by the beginning of September. This is being done in conjunction with the work we're doing on bike paths for our community as well. We do want to put in a master plan on bike paths, and the same thing for school zones on how to secure them. The survey will also help us because, and the discussions that we're going to have, because people will be asked on mobility, questions about mobility, and we're looking forward to hearing what they have to say. And of course, we have our circulation committee that Monsieur Trudeau heads up, which we spoke about before, who are always there studying what we can do better. Again, we have the police, we have employees of the city and public officials. You know, your councillors are on that committee. And so we're always in discussions with the police for best practices and tell them what our concerns are in the city and what they should be looking for. And of course, our engineering department, you know, we have Monsieur Rouleau that joined us recently, and he's given the directives to our engineering department that, you know, any new road reconstructions have to be planned and conceived with some of the more modern security measures that exist. And that's something that we look forward in doing in the coming years.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Did anyone else on council have any other comments on that question? Monsieur Nantel. Bonjour, monsieur.
Oui, bonsoir. J'aimerais d'abord vous dire que je m'adresse à vous, pas seulement en mon nom, mais en nom du conseil d'administration du Havre Saint-Louis, des condos Havre Saint-Louis. On tient à vous remercier, monsieur le maire, puis monsieur Lesage, de nous avoir inclus dans le projet des cueillettes des déchets
organiques.
Matières organiques, oui, en effet. C'est un succès. Ça fonctionne très bien dans l'édifice et on se demande quels sont les projets de la municipalité pour étendre le projet à la totalité de la municipalité.
Monsieur Van Royce va répondre.
Ben, merci premièrement pour être venu poser la question parce que c'est du belle publicité pour le programme. Ça vient juste de lancer une campagne de, disons, sensibilisation, recrutement pour ce projet en particulier. Donc, je ne sais pas sur les réseaux médias sociaux, mais sur le site web de Dorval actuellement, sous la colonne Nouvelles, dans le côté gauche, ça mentionne actuellement les multilogements à Dorval appelés à implanter la collecte des matières organiques. Et je vais juste lire quelques phrases pour adresser à votre question. Les gestionnaires de bâtiments de 9 logements et plus sont invités à communiquer dès maintenant avec la municipalité afin de mettre en place cette collecte hebdomadaire. De son côté, la Cité s'engage à fournir aux gestionnaires d'édifices un service conseil comprenant notamment des visites personnalisées afin d'aider ces derniers avec l'implantation du service. Et tous ceux qui sont intéressés, mais là encore, je vais souligner que c'est le responsable du logement. Ça ne devrait pas être un propriétaire tout seul qui se présente. Peut contacter la ville soit par courriel qui est GMR _ c'est pas barre oblique. Barre en bas, Dorval, ville.dorval.qc.ca ou 514-633-4046. Je vais juste le répéter en anglais because it's good publicity. Anybody living in a multi-unit lodging of 9 units and more are invited to participate in a new composting program that's being offered in these buildings. So the individual who's responsible for managing the building is asked to reach out to Public Works, either through the email address I just stated or by phone at 514-633-4046, and more information is available on the city website.
Ma deuxième question, c'est il semble y avoir une recrudescence des graffitis à Dorval. Et je sais que du côté de la MTQ, là, ça ne nous concerne pas, mais sur l'avenue Dorval, on en voit de plus en plus. Je me demandais s'il y avait une stratégie établie par la municipalité pour réduire ou éliminer les graffitis.
Bonne question. Tu nettoies, puis il revient 24 heures plus tard. La ville a un contrat avec une compagnie qui travaille à l'entour de la ville pour les enlever. Ils viennent une fois par semaine. Ils ne font pas toute la ville, mais ils font constamment. En termes de du rond-point d'Orval. Là, on sait que peut-être dans les 6 à 12 prochains mois, on va avoir un petit peu plus d'informations sur comment ce projet-là va être développé. Là, le pont est désuet, on sait ça. Il n'est pas en bonne condition. On parlait, M. Rouleau et moi, que juste aujourd'hui, qu'il y a différentes techniques qu'on pourrait demander à la MTQ, comme faire des murales. Et ça a l'air à marcher un peu. Là, les jeunes ne vont pas faire des graffitis sur des murales. Ça, il y a peut-être des possibilités à faire. Côté domaine de la ville, là, public, nous autres, on a une compagnie qui nettoie constamment. Et pour les résidents, on n'a pas des programmes comme tels. Là, il y a des fois, on a besoin de travailler avec des résidents à trouver des solutions. Il y a des fois des produits. Il y a des produits qui existent que tu peux mettre sur de la brique ou quelque chose qui rend difficile pour la peinture à coller, bien coller. Et en plus, là, on commence à parler à peut-être faire des projets où on va engager des personnes qui sont spécialistes en graffiti, mais ils sont reformés. Et maintenant, ils font des murales, des artistes. Ils sont devenus artistes. Et là, ils font des murales. Et ça serait quelque chose que peut-être dans le coin du tunnel Pine Beach, là, il y a plein de graffitis dans ce coin-là, par exemple. On pourrait engager quelqu'un et faire quelque chose de beau. Parce que les jeunes, ils ont une tendance à ne pas faire du graffiti sur un mural qui est peinturé par quelqu'un, genre artiste, on va dire. Donc ça, c'est où on est avec ça pour le moment. Mais c'est sûr que, oui, on a besoin de travailler fort à garder ça.
Je comprends que la municipalité, pour ses ressources puis ses infrastructures, c'est bien. Mais je pense qu'il y a des commerçants sur l'avenue d'Orval qui ont peut-être besoin d'un petit coup de main. Ils viennent passer 2-3 dernières années assez difficiles. Ils n'ont peut-être pas les sous pour...
Et là, je dirais que j'encouragerais les commerçants à venir nous voir. Là. On en fait un peu cas par cas. Parce que c'est vrai, c'est pas facile. Et je dirais tout simplement que peut-être la chose à faire pour eux autres, c'est de parler avec leur regroupement qui est Commerce d'Orval. Ils ont un représentant qui travaille avec la ville et aussi M. Lassage il est sur le conseil exécutif de Commerce d'Orval. Donc, si vous connaissez quelqu'un qui a une situation spécifique, ils devraient peut-être amener ça à leur conseil.
Merci.
Excellent. Question number 6, Mr. Palliser.
Bonsoir et bonne année à tous.
Bonne année, merci.
My first question, and by the way, on that 10 million agglomeration budget for the 1940s Buildings Plus, my past suggestions would be pertinent at that point. This question is a follow-up on last month's question on the McConnell Estate walls, which was, given that some parts of the McConnell Estate walls are on public land, will the city undertake to identify which parts of the walls belong to the city? My question today is, has there been any progress on this issue?
So, Mr. Pellicer, some of those parts of that wall are on private property, parts of that wall are on public property, parts of that wall are half and half. I think this is going to be something that fits into the 1940 inventory.
It does. I was going to mention that.
Thanks.
It's part of the third item that
It's down there.
Residual properties that are historic.
Correct. Exactly. And so I think that's where that's going to fall into.
Yeah, we'll follow it up as time goes by.
Very
but
good.
it's an important point because of the history of those walls and,
Yes.
and the evolution of the city. 2, as part of the ongoing urban planning survey, the part 3 of the survey process from February to March, which is entitled Preliminary Vision, Planning Orientations, and Implementation Strategies, the third item is release of the preliminary documents. My question is, how and to whom will these documents be released?
Well, they'll be released to the public. You're going to hear,
They're not going to be released to the public?
no, they're going to be released to the public.
Oh, they will be released to the
They
public.
will be released to the public. You're going to hear some of the results of the survey at the 3 sessions that are coming up later on this week. So if you're interested in that information, I mean, it's not the end of the project, it's the beginning of the project. So the survey with the sessions that are going to be there are going to make up a report that will be presented probably somewhere around May, maybe.
Well, it says
June.
February to March.
That's where we're at right now.
No, we're not.
Yeah,
We're going to do the survey. This is past the survey. This is this document that was issued by the city on your website. And item 3 is a step in the process.
Mr. Pellicer, I'm going to have to ask Mrs. Ashashena for details on that. I thought I heard that it was going to be towards the end of spring, but I'll have to clarify that with her.
Okay, well, timing could be off a bit, but you're on schedule to get this done by, hopefully by March. It still remains, the question is, the documents will be released to the public. You're not sure how they will be released to the public. How are we advising the public? Because what's happening here is that's an important process in this survey. And that third item, the release of preliminary documents, doesn't say what documents, but I imagine it is a preliminary vision, planning orientations, and implementation strategies. That typically means revisions to regulations, the direction, what does it mean by densification? There's various things that are occurring here that will be put in writing. In other words, the survey, I understand, will be completed by the end of this month. The information from that survey is then used to develop the preliminary vision, planning orientations, and implementation strategies.
Okay. So the survey is not definitive. The survey plus a consultation will make the preliminary vision. I just had a sidebar discussion. My May date is wrong. It's as we say it here. It's February, March.
That's right.
Yeah. And so the public will be presented with even though you will see some of the survey information in your upcoming sessions.
That's next week, yes, or this week.
This week, there will be a second or another meeting where all of the information, survey, 3 workshops will be presented as a conclusion of all of those discussions.
Exactly. Well, that leads me to the third question is, once these documents are released, my question is, will there be a public review and discussion of what is being proposed? In other words, will the public have the occasion to give its feedback to the preliminary vision, planning orientations, and implementation strategies? After all, the entire idea of this survey is to listen to the citizens of Dorval.
Correct. And we'll be there. We'll be at this session in March. We'll say it's March. No, it could be end of February. We'll be there and we'll understand the vision together. At that point, there will be another working presentation and working session with the council. And at that point, if we need to take additional steps, we will, if that's what's required. Right now, we're still at the beginning of this process and we're at the end.
I understand where we are. It's just that in the description of this document that the city issued here, this particular flow of work, I understand, but it's once past the survey stage, there's no further indication in stage 3 and stage 4 of any public input.
Well, the public input comes in phase 3.
That's what I'm asking about.
Yeah.
And that is the point I'm making, is that in 03 here, there is no mention of public feedback or an occasion to present or discuss the public feedback.
It says diffusion de la vision.
I know, diffusion, mais c'est pas un débat en diffusion. D'accord, on sait...
En fait, les discussions qu'il y a actuellement, les sondages, on rencontre nos associations aussi, et les 3 sessions de workshop qui vont avoir lieu cette semaine,
Oui.
mardi, mercredi et samedi.
Oui, oui.
C'est la période où on veut entendre, savoir ce que les citoyens veulent pour les 5, 10, 15 prochaines années. Suite à ça, il va y avoir une conclusion de tout ce qui aura été dit. Cette conclusion-là,
Préliminaire.
préliminaire, préliminaire, mais ça survole l'ensemble de tous les éléments.
Absolument.
Cette vision-là que les citoyens vont avoir mentionnée aux élus va être transmise aux élus et les élus auront à réfléchir sur quel chemin ils prennent pour se rendre à la finalité qui est une modification réglementaire et le tout est encadré par la loi et l'aménagement sur l'urbanisme. Donc, ils n'ont pas tant de latitude selon la vision que les citoyens vont vouloir. Donc, pour le moment, on n'est pas capable d'établir le chemin qu'on prendra puisqu'on ne connaît pas la vision des citoyens. On ne peut pas penser pour notre population. Donc, on va attendre la fin de cette consultation-là. Et une fois que la consultation sera faite, on sera en mesure de trouver le chemin qu'on prendra.
Oui, je comprends ça. Mais dans tout ce que vous avez dit, il n'y a aucun point qui souligne que une fois que le concept disons que l'étude de survey est terminée et que le input du public au niveau survey est fait, là on commence à faire les écrits, les règlements, les pensées, à dire, bon, densification, est-ce que densification veut dire 3-story walk-ups ou est-ce que ça veut dire un 8 étages ou est-ce que ça veut dire un 16 étages? Ça ne dit pas ça ici, là.
Mais
donc ça va se dire plus tard, après.
Oui, mais M. Pélissard, je vous invite à poursuivre votre implication dans l'ensemble des étapes que nous faisons et ce que vous mentionnez va faire partie des prochaines étapes. Donc, je vous invite à attendre jusqu'à la fin. Vous allez voir que plus on avance, plus on concrétise avec les différents styles de consultation que nous menons. Et vous allez voir que ces éléments-là vont être approchés dans les workshops. Donc, avant de dire où on va, attendons.
Je ne dis pas où on va, je dis tout simplement un point. La possibilité que le public a un commentaire à faire sur la vision préliminaire. C'est tout.
On vous entend.
Merci.
Madame Roland, est-ce que Madame Roland est avec nous ce soir? Question number 1. Due to COVID, I cannot come and ask questions in person. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Monsieur Lesage, for faithfully reading my questions. Did question 13 of the survey contain a typo? Did I read accurately that imposing a maximum number of parking spaces is a value of the City of Dorval, not a minimum? Mrs. Roland, to be frank, I did not have time to go back and reread that question today, but I will get back to you on that specific question, but I'll continue with your question. May I kindly remind Dorval City Council that the strength of the West Island is in the availability of parking spaces. Setting a maximum parking space under the greenwashing excuse of preserving the environment serves the builders. A parking space is a cost, not a benefit to them, whereas setting a minimum parking spaces serves the citizens of Dorval and the Dorval businesses that require the physical visit of shoppers. I think, Madame Roland, that there's a balance between too much. We don't want too much, because if we have too much, then we're not really correcting a problem, and too little is too little. We already heard from a resident that too little also brings around its own problematic. So, I mean, there's a balance to be had, and we're going to try very hard to try to find that balance. I think we're better at it today than we were 5, 6, 7 years ago, because the projects that we're building today don't seem to have the same issues that we had in some of the very first phases of Mousseau-Vermette, for example. So I understand what you're saying, and we'll work hard at trying to find a balance that makes sense for car owners, but also makes sense in regards to changing how we use cars in our day-to-day lives. Does anyone want to add anything to that? No. Question 2, conflict interest in missing Dorval Mall and survey. In light of the conflict of interest between North American Group and BC2, in light with the fact that the Dorval Mall, a North American Group property, was excluded from the public consultation, how will the council and Mr. Mayor restore the confidence in Dorval citizens? May I remind you that if Monsieur Rouleau's job is to encourage large businesses to come to Dorval, welcome and thank you for your service, Monsieur Rouleau. It is the city's council's job to represent Dorval citizens and counterbalance healthily the greedy wishes of large businesses. I'm going to be fairly clear with this. I know the topic, and I've addressed part of this issue already in my comment earlier today. I know that, sir, people feel that there's a conflict of interest in the two. The fact remains that the law in Quebec says that all developers need to have a registered lobbyist with the city, and that is the sole and only person who can speak with the city. North American, BC2 is a very big company, and they have to respect the same law as well, and they have to have, I guess, a firewall inside their organization where, you know, the people who are working as lobbyists are not working on the projects of the cities that they're lobbyists for. There's very big fines for this, and they are monitored. And you know, for people to say that there is a conflict of interest, well, we can say it, but the reality is this is how the law is set up, and they do this very well. And any company like BC2 or any other urban planning company that does not protect or have that firewall in place between who we're dealing with and what's happening within their company is subject to very, very large fines. And they're very well aware of that. So I'll move on to the next question. Maybe I'll just, maybe there's more here. Last council meeting, I was appalled when most city councilors and mayor brushed under the carpet any possibility of conflict of interest. I just stated my point on that. I wish that the city council opened their eyes. I believe that all Dorval councilors and mayor are honest and well-intended. Some are my friends. I wish their blind trust in the system does not end up hurting them on a personal basis. Thank you, Madame and Monsieur Councilors, for remembering to diligently represent the citizens in their respective districts. Question 3. I asked about the management of the westbound traffic towards Fenelon, resulting in a new exit onto Carson at Louise Lamé to ensure the safety of Gentil school children who bike and walk to school. Monsieur Lesage responded that there would be a traffic study in the following 2-3 months. Mr. Mayor added that the study would include Carson, Dorval Avenue, and Bouchard. I would like to ask Monsieur Mayor to explain what results of the circulation automobile study, what the results were of that study. Also, would it be possible for citizens to read this study on the City of Dorval's website? Because of the traffic generated by the large developments, has many citizens very concerned. Indeed, both for transparency and safety purposes, all traffic studies should be made public. Okay, so Madame Roland, I believe that Monsieur Lesage and I went back and listened at the tape at that time. And what Monsieur Lesage is referring to was a study on the school zones. I know that it's been interpreted as a circulation study, but it was really a study on how to develop an action plan for les zones scolaires. It's part and parcel with the bike path consultation. The bike path consultation is moving forward. Report was deposited to council. It's going to be reviewed at the next circulation committee meeting, I believe, Monsieur Trudeau. Yeah, I believe it is. And recommendations will be made for a follow-up meeting with Aon so that we can work towards finalizing our final solution. Unfortunately, the same discussion on the zone scolaire study has fallen behind. I've had this discussion with Monsieur Rouleau, and we're going to make sure that in the coming weeks that consultation gets off the ground so that we can have the information for the beginning of the school year. So we're a little bit behind on part of that discussion. We're on track on another part of that discussion. We should have a little bit more information maybe in a month or two. So, Madame Roland, thank you for your questions. Please reach out if you have any more questions.
Monsieur le maire, j'aimerais avoir la parole.
Vas-y.
J'ai regardé, I watched that tape, and we're not talking at all about bike path and corridor scolaire at all. We were talking about safety of our children going to Gentilly. My kids have walked to school, and I don't even know the lady, but we thought I respond to her that I would do my everything so we ensure the safety of the kids walking to school. So when I rewatched that tape, we clearly say that there's going to be a traffic study on Dorval Avenue, Carson, and even Bouchard. I reread lately, right now, my notes when we had meetings with the director of urbanism. And she told me that I hear your concerns regarding the traffic flow because I'm really concerned about the traffic flow with all those new buildings. We will need to have a traffic study. Those are my notes. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, consequently, we will have to mandate a firm to have a traffic master plan. So my question tonight, if you say there's not, can you make a research? Because I doubt that we have no traffic master plan with all the new construction tonight. I think there should be one, and I think according to my note, we were supposed to have one, and according to the tape according to the last meeting on tape, it clearly says that we have a circulation study that will be shared in the next couple of months.
Okay.
So that's my concern.
Okay, thank you, Monsieur Bro. I think we're just going to have to agree to disagree, but anyways, that's not important. What's important is that I believe that there is a study, and we discussed this in caucus, and Monsieur Rouleau is going to ask Madame Achachena, our Director of Urban Planning, to get the circulation study that was done by North American Group.
No, that's not in the North American group we're talking, because you clearly said that we need new numbers to see what's happening to ensure the kids' safety walking to school. That was clearly said.
And that's why I'm talking about les zones scolaires.
No, that's not, because you said it's separately from the zone scolaire, it's separately from the bike path. Okay. So if there's a study, I think it should be public, because it's the public who paid for that.
Very good. Monsieur Rouleau, tu vas,
and I'll look through my notes again.
Okay. Merci, Monsieur Bro. Next question is from Mrs. Gladicki. Urban Planning Questionnaire. I would just like to point out that the questionnaire wording is very ambiguous in that it was hard to understand exactly what some of the questions were asking and what they were about. It might be because the company was francophone that set it up. Planification is a French word for planning. It is understandable, but some of the questions themselves were very hard to figure out. It should also have been available in paper form for people without internet or computer for someone I know who is not aware of the survey at all. Sending the paper reminder by mail on Tuesday before it was due doesn't give enough time if the city truly wanted to have an accurate response, more time and effort in making it clear to citizens should have been made. Maybe some advanced testing of citizens should have been done. So, thank you, Mrs. Gladicki, for your points. We will have a review of the survey and the consultations after they are done, and I assure you the council will do that. I can say that we used every form of communication that we have in the city. It was sent by email, the flash emails for everyone who was registered. It was on our set website. It was on social media. I did extensive discussions on the project on certain radio shows. I think I saw it in the Suburban as well. I saw it in a new newspaper in Pointe-Claire, the whole one page. It was in Le Messager. So I understand that people have some concerns, and we will review that as a council. But I think the fact that we had over 600 responses from people around the city is a very positive thing. So I'll move to question number 2, Bell Development Servitudes. One of my neighbors brought up the following question of council. The word is that the developers are going to rip out the fence and tear down the trees to take back their land, the servitude land between us and property owners backing on them. He suggested that the city buy the servitude land, sell it back to the property owners affected. The cost of destroying the existing fence and the trees and shrubs themselves would be saved. Would the city be willing to do that? Some property owners have cabanas which extend onto the servitude land. What would happen to them? He said that there are at least 3 that he could see. When we bought our house, the cabana was right on the servitude line border, so we are also affected by that. Didn't the Queen of Angels developers give the servitude back to the affected property owners? My neighbor said that he brought up this issue with Monsieur Trudeau with regard to buying the servitude land, but I would appreciate your thoughts on this. Mrs. Gladicki, I think there's so many things in here that, unfortunately, I have to say it's just people commenting and, worrying about something that we have no answers to. The property exists the way it is till at least 2026. No one has any idea what's happening with the fence. The servitudes, I don't know why they bring in Queen of Angels development as well. There was no servitudes that were given back to property owners. Not even sure there were property owners in that case, because it was a soccer field. That being said, I think there's a lot of people who have discussing amongst themselves, and I don't think that that's the appropriate way of handling this situation. It creates, false expectation. It muddies the discussion and muddies people's opinions. I know it has nothing to do with you, Mrs. Gladicki, but I can't answer these questions because it's conjecture. So at this point, until the property is surveyed, at some point in the coming years, if people are on servitudes, that will be between the owners of the Bell property and the homeowners. But I suspect that we're many years away from that, and to discuss and come up with a scenario of how to deal with it would be very premature on our part. Please feel free to speak to Mr. Trudeau if you have any questions on that. We can discuss this in the future as well if you wish. So I'm going to go to question 3. I often go walking by Bouchard Creek, and there is someone who walks with me who constantly says that there's an acidic smell by the creek. I read that someone else complained about the color of it not long ago, and it was found out that some type of liquid had been dumped. in it. Within the last month, the smell has also been noticeable, but the sewer covers behind the Hanfield Circle house at Bell. This Sunday at 4 p.m., it was overpowering near my house, and as I was walking by the sewer covers. Is there anything that we as citizens can do about this? I have never smelt it as strong as it did today, January 22nd. We took note of that. We will reach out with our public works crews tomorrow to go have a look. You know, I've been on in the newspapers and recently and on TV discussing of the problem. There are a lot of people who use the creek, and I say a lot of people because it's not just the airport, but there are people who randomly dump stuff into the creek. I find it appalling myself. We work very hard with our security, public security, to make sure that things don't happen, but usually it happens very late in the evening or at night. We try to deal with it as best as we can, and we often are able to contain the damage. But if there's a problem, we're going to have someone there go have a look tomorrow and make sure that everything is okay. And we'll check around your area as well, Mrs. Gladicki. So maybe what we'll do is be able to reply to your email if we find anything in regards to if we find some pollution in the creek. Thank you. Madame Loisel. Vous êtes la prochaine.
Bonjour et bonne année.
Merci.
Avant de poser ma question, j'aimerais vous rappeler que c'est pas parce qu'il y a 600 citoyens qui ont répondu au sondage que ça veut dire que le sondage était bien.
Je suis d'accord, mais ça veut dire qu'il y a 600 personnes qui étaient capables de le finir.
Non, non, pas nécessairement, parce qu'il y a des questions qui n'ont pas été répondues par tout le monde parce que c'était incompréhensible. L'exemple que je vous avais envoyé, est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui peut m'expliquer « Opportunité de visibilité étant donné la vitrine offerte par les percées visuelles ». Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui sait qu'est-ce que c'est? C'était la question 22. En anglais, « Opportunity for visibility given the exposure to Highway 20 ». Ben moi, comme francophone, je trouve ça insultant. Et ma question, c'est... Vous avez déjà répondu que ça a été préparé par BC2, mais est-ce que ça a passé par le département de communication de la ville de Dorval?
Madame Loisel, on peut débattre sur ce point-là. Je sais qu'il y a beaucoup de personnes ici qui ont des concerns. Est-ce que le questionnaire était facile? Non, il n'était pas facile.
Non, mais il faut que les questions soient des questions qu'on peut comprendre. Là. Il n'y a pas personne qui est capable de comprendre ça.
Ouais, ça, c'est une opinion. Je l'ai fait moi-même. Mon épouse l'a fait aussi avec l'information qu'on avait. Dire que tout le monde ne l'a pas compris, là, je pense que c'est un peu d'exagération. Est-ce qu'il était parfait? Non.
Moi, j'ai demandé à tous les francophones que j'ai rencontrés, il n'y a pas personne qui a compris cette question-là. Puis ça, c'est la question à laquelle moi, je me suis arrêtée parce que là, j'ai dit, ça n'a plus de bon sens, là. Mais pourquoi est-ce que ça ne passe pas par la communication de la ville? Parce que finalement, être capable de s'assurer que l'anglais, le français concordent, c'est un minimum?
Well, on a engagé BC2 pour faire ce travail-là. Ça, c'est le document qu'ils nous ont donné. En réflexion, est-ce qu'on aurait pu faire quelque chose différemment? Peut-être. Et on va en discuter en conseil. Mais à ce point-ci, il est fait. Et quand même, il y a un bon pourcentage de personnes qui l'ont répondu.
Je sais, mais reste que comme francophone, je me sens lésée. Puis que la dame, un peu plus tôt, était lésée comme anglophone. Fait il y a quelque chose qui n'a pas marché, là.
Et on entend et on comprend.
Est-ce que je peux avoir la parole?
Oui, M. Brault.
Moi, depuis le début, on n'a pas validé ce processus-là et je suis outré de ce processus-là et je ne suis vraiment pas satisfait de la compagnie BC2, de plus que je ne savais pas qu'ils étaient des
Monsieur Brault.
lobbyistes.
Monsieur Brault.
Est-ce que vous savez le taux? Non, j'ai une question pour
Monsieur
vous.
Brault, tu es supposé d'adresser une question à moi.
D'accord. Est-ce que vous savez le taux d'analphabétisme au Québec?
Non, Monsieur Brault.
Bien, ici, là, sur Radio-Canada, là, la source, le taux d'analphabétisme, il faut y tenir compte car c'est près de 50 % au Québec. Donc, les questions, j'en ai même demandé, moi, à un urbaniste qui m'a dit ces questions-là étaient vraiment pas accessibles à notre population, surtout qu'on a une population bilingue. Alors, il faut faire notre mea culpa. Puis moi, la consultation, est-ce que les gens ont vraiment compris sur quoi? Il y avait beaucoup d'éducation à faire. Puis ça, je l'ai demandé depuis le début. Et de vulgarisation, où on s'en va. Puis, comme m'avait dit M. Pellissère, je crois, je ne veux pas maganer votre nom, les citoyens doivent être consultés dès le début. Ici, on a une mauvaise tendance à les consulter à la fin sur quelle sorte de peinture qu'on veut pour que ce soit les parcs, etc. C'est dès le début qu'il faut avoir une participation citoyenne. C'est dans ma plateforme. Puis c'est très difficile pour moi de mettre ça en place puis de le pousser ici au Conseil de ville.
Very good. Merci, M. Brault.
Bon, mais c'est tout.
Merci. Monsieur Nozola, is he in the room? Monsieur Nozola, I have your question here. And I'm going to refer back to the point that we brought to your attention, which is point 52 in our regulation on governance.
I understand.
But
I'll
I'm
try to be brief.
I'm going to be very clear, Mr. No, because we're not going to read your, well, Mr. Von Orts will answer your question, but I want you to remember, questions may only contain words that are necessary to obtain the information requested. A question is out of order when it has a pointless preamble, it contains a hypothesis, a deduction, or attribution of motives. Okay? Your question, in my opinion, is out of order. Mr. Von Rohrs will answer your question.
I understand your point, but there's also the other
It's-
side.
it's-
The other
it's not a-
side.
Mr. Nzola.
The other side of the thing is that the issue is the questions are not being answered honestly and properly. So you have a role to play also. So I'll just read the questions.
Mr. Von Rohrs, are you answering the question?
So I guess just to clarify, Mr. Nzola, to Mr. Doray's point, I have no issue answering, and I think this particularly pertains to question 1. I have no issue answering the 2 questions you're asking. It's just be very cautious with the preamble so it doesn't violate that
Okay.
internal.
I will. The point is, that I have to ask them again because they weren't answered last month. So that's why I'm here again with the same questions. Why did you approve the appointment of a member? Was that the first one? No, sorry.
Yeah, it's number
Yep.
But
Yep.
there's two number ones. Okay, it doesn't matter. Why did you approve the appointment of a member of our urban planning committee who is neither an architect or an engineer? I have been told in the past that these are requirements, and that's why I could not sit on the committee.
Yeah. So first of all, I don't think this question was asked last month. But if to the other question,
Of course it was.
Well, it wasn't in the question you submitted online. However, the other question that you're going to ask afterwards was, and that one, when we get to it, I'll apologize for not having answered it. For this question, so there's 2 pieces to this. And I guess I'll start with, that was actually an error that was made. That member who was mentioned is in fact an engineer. So despite what was said and presented, that individual is an engineer. All the members of the Urban Planning Committee are engineers or architects. However, to your point, you had been told in the past, including by myself, that to be a member of our Urban Planning Committee, you needed to be an engineer or architect. And I told you as much several years ago, because that's what I'd been told. We dug into it, and while that's what historically the city of Dorval has asked of its Urban Planning Committee members, it's not actually in our bylaw that all members have to be an architect or engineer. That said, that is the case for this individual. Currently, all the members of the Urban Planning Committee are, but I do apologize for not answering that correctly years ago, because I was mistaken.
So he is an engineer, which
Yep.
which for some reason you didn't know that last month. So that means when you voted him in, you didn't know he was an engineer.
So I had
Go ahead.
So I had been told, again, that it wasn't necessary that they were an engineer. This is somebody who had already been on the urban planning committee, so this wasn't a new person that was brought in. And I spoke to why I felt the current urban planning committee members were suitable 1 or 2 months ago. But I had reason to believe that he was in fact an engineer, but because I wanted to validate it because it wasn't in the documents, I didn't want to speak for or against that.
When you pick someone to be on the committee, shouldn't there be at least you see their CV? Shouldn't you interview them?
So this person, I mean, I've kind of spoken to this, I think, last month or the month before, I think the process of selection. This wasn't someone new being selected. This was someone being reappointed.
Originally, he was new.
Years ago, yes.
Mr. Von Royce, we need to stay on the question here.
Okay.
I will say that that individual was there prior to my even being a councillor. So we're going back 13 years. He's been a long-time member of the CCU.
That's not a good sign.
Why is that not a good sign?
Because there's been many terrible projects that have gone on.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. Let's stick to the questions.
Do you want to ask the question about the demolition committee?
Yeah. Why did you select 3 members of our city council who always speak as one and have a bad record on demolition? Why did you agree to having these 3 members as the only people on the demolition committee? Because it's not balanced. It's not. It's bias.
So first, I want to apologize for not having answered this last month. This was not an intentional omission. I had planned on answering this question. I think it was lost, and maybe it was only me who lost the opportunity to answer this in the discussion. Maybe all 3 of us lost it, but regardless, I'm happy to answer it this evening. When we were first elected, we meet with the mayor. And the mayor goes through with us, and the 3 times I've been elected, this is what happened. The mayor goes through with us the different files that exist, asks us what our preferences are, where we want to be. I had no interest in being on the demolition committee, so I didn't ask to be on the demolition committee. I presume Mr. Lesage and Trudeau wanted to be on the demolition committee. When it came time to moving ahead with the demolition committee approvals, there was no objection from other members of council within caucus. No one indicated to me, well, I'd actually like to be on the demolition committee. So I saw no reason not to support this. In addition, though, with regards to concern about optics, because a few years ago the city changed its process for demolition, every project to be demolished does have, according to the official term of demolition, according to urban planning, every project to be demolished has to complete an evaluation of the state of the building prior to demolition, and we all have access to that documentation. So if ever any of us have any concerns about the decision being made by the demolition committee, we are capable of asking that question and challenging it. And I've had, historically, no issue with those individuals being on the demolition committee, which is why I saw no reason between no one else indicating an interest in being on the committee and no insatisfaction with that committee's work on those official files in the past. I saw no reason to vote against that.
Don't you think someone from outside your circle, a citizen, should be on the demolition committee?
So I want to be careful in what I commit here. I'm not sure if the demolition committee would typically include non-council members or not. I'd have to look at that.
Well,
Mr. Nazola, the question that you submitted tonight, we're transgressing now. Can we get back to the questions for tonight, please?
Okay.
Moi, j'aimerais avoir le droit de parole, s'il vous plaît.
Pas en ce moment, M. Brault.
Pourquoi?
Non, quand
il y a un citoyen qui pose des questions.
D'accord.
I'd like to hear what he has to say. Can I hear what he has to say? I'd like to hear what he has to say.
No, he's out of order right now. You're answering a question. Our regulations state that you have privilege here.
I'm willing to bypass my privilege.
Well, council is not supposed to be having debates at council. You're here for question period, and it's time for you to answer a question.
Question 2, money management. It's about the way this new council is spending money, millions and millions at a time. So I'm trying to paraphrase and make it shorter. Last month, you gave out 16 contracts. 7 of them were for additional fees on existing contracts. So it seems like the culture, just to give a quick example, a few months ago, you got one of the questions was, the guy who does the lawns, he always leaves the walks dirty. And the reply was, well, maybe we should increase his contract so he cleans the walks. So I'm thinking the culture is totally wrong. The culture should be, let's make sure the contracts have everything in there that he has to do, and let's make sure he does them. The culture of, well, let's pay them more so they do it properly is ridiculous. So can you explain to me why you're always giving contracts additional money to do work that you already agreed to pay us a previous amount, but then increase it?
So, Mr. Nozola,
And it's happening a lot. Just to at the end of every summer season, you say we got to pay the lawn guy more, extra fees, and at the end of every winter, the former mayor's famous saying we had lots of snow this year, so we got to pay more for the snow removal. So I mean, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It seems like contractors have carte blanche
Mr.
to
Nozola,
charge whatever they want.
Mr. Nozola, we're all respectful. Okay, let's speak at a tone that is appropriate. I'll answer your question. I can't specifically answer a point here. I can only tell you a general comment. Projects evolve over time. For instance, Point Saint Charles, we added more into the project that was not originally part of the project.
You should not be adding more into the project
Council,
once the project starts and the contractor is already there. When the contractor is already there, he's going to take the opportunity without tender to charge you as much as he wants. Because he says, I'm already here.
Mr. Nozola,
they want me to do this, I'm going to charge whatever I want.
Okay. I'll give you another example. The park, Parc des Citoyens, the budget was increased because the council wanted to put in a public washroom. That's a request that people have asked for. So there's different reasons for different situations as to why contracts increase. Okay, I think we manage our budget
it's
very well.
bad management when the scope of the project increases, when it's already started.
Okay.
When it's already started.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nozola.
Just two specifics, the parks. You already mentioned the parks. So you already paid an architect.
Okay, Mr. Nozola, we're not in we're in question period.
So
here.
why for St. Charles Park, you already paid the architect, the work has already started, well underway. Why are there increased architectural costs? Why are there more costs?
Because we added more to the project.
Once it started, you added more to the project.
Yeah, we
Okay,
had
doesn't
more.
make sense.
We had more
Doesn't
requests.
make sense to me.
We
That's
added
fine.
phase two, Mr. Nozola.
I
Next
just
question,
ask,
please.
the city councilors before approving all expenses to be cautious and curious. Question number 3.
You can ask the whole thing here if you want.
Okay, I'll do that. Maybe it's faster. When skiing at Dorval Airport 2 weeks ago, I reflected on all the many good suggestions I have made over the years to improve the standard of living. Opening up the golf course to the general public in the winter season, webcasting city meetings, revitalizing our commercial areas, revitalizing Dorval Village, purchasing of McConnell Woods, increases our green spaces, and the installation of the artificial ice rink are examples of some of the suggestions I have made. The former mayor always quickly rejected all my suggestions. Presently, many of these suggestions are coming to fruition, clearly showing that they had some merit. Mr. Van Voorts, why did you not ever, as an independent city councillor, support any of my ideas?
So I think there's a distinction between supporting your ideas publicly the moment you present them and supporting them when we move ahead with them, because obviously if we move ahead with them, we're supporting them. I think what you're asking me is at the time when you presented them, why don't I say, that's a good idea, Mr. Nozola? Am I correct in understanding that's what you're asking?
Basically, what I'm getting at to is, over the years, you've jumped in to undermine what I was saying and support the mayor. You jumped in for that. But you've never jumped in on the opposite way. The mayor never wanted to former mayor never wanted to put value in anything I said. So he would automatically shoot it down, even if it was great for the city of
Mr.
Dorval and the
Nozola,
citizens of Dorval.
Can we bring down the tone?
You did never support
Mr.
me.
Nozola.
You supported him, but you never supported me.
Mr. Nozola, I've never brought it out. Okay, we need to keep the volume down, please. We are respectfully talking to each other. We can disagree. We don't need to yell.
Okay, I'm
sorry.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Nozola, I don't, and if I'm mistaken about this, I apologize. I don't recall at a council meeting you presenting an idea and I saying, I don't think that's a good idea. I think in the vast majority of cases, unless explicitly called on, like you did last month, where you presented an idea and asked me what I thought of it, and I said, I think there's merit to explore it, unless you've explicitly called on me, I don't think I expressed my opinion for or against your idea. And that's not exclusively to you. I'd say that's to 90% of the comments.
That's not what I said.
Well, I'm going to continue
That's not what
answering.
I said.
I'm going to continue answering. I think to at least 90% of the comments that are brought here, I take it in. I listen to it. And I mean, for transparency, I don't like making a decision on the spot. I don't like immediately reacting and saying, yeah, we should do that, or no, I don't think we should do that. I'd rather take it, reflect on it. And I can tell you that in closed door meetings, I've absolutely spoken in favor of some of the recommendations you and a number of other residents have made. So that being said, to what you said, because you're saying I'm not answering it, you've asked me, why didn't I speak up to support any of your good ideas? And we sought clarity at these meetings. You said that I spoke against it in favor of the mayor. I don't believe that was the case.
I didn't say you spoke against.
Well, you did.
I said.
You just
well,
said that.
What I tried to say, I don't.
Okay,
it's not
Mr.
even written there. What I
Mr.
tried to
Mazzola,
say is.
are we done with the questions?
You did jump in conversations between me and the mayor to defend the mayor and undermine what I was saying. But you never jumped in conversations between me and him to say, you know what, I think opening up the golf course in the wintertime to the citizens of Dorval is a good idea.
Okay, Mr. Nozola, thank you for your questions. We need to move on.
Point d'ordre, Madame la
Monsieur-
greffière.
Oui, Monsieur Beau. Vous pouvez poser une question à moi à ce point-ci. Une question de Monsieur.
Just to say, I want to congratulate Mr. Bro. He's a breath of fresh air. I know it takes courage and it's frustrating for one man to go against a team. He's fulfilling his responsibilities as a servant of the city of Dorval, the citizens of Dorval.
Nozola, this is a question
I
period.
congratulate you. It's very refreshing. It's very refreshing.
Monsieur Beau, you're out of order.
No, this gentleman asked a question to
Mr.
me,
no.
and I want to
No, Monsieur
respond.
Beau,
Il y a un
you're
point
out of-
d'ordre, Madame la
you're
greffière, puis
out of
j'aimerais
order.
ça. Non,
Tu
mais
dois
on
répondre une question à moi, Monsieur Beau.
Ben, point d'ordre, on regarde le règlement de la séance et au point 18, c'est bien marqué. Quand un conseiller veut prendre la parole, il doit signifier son intention au maire, ce que j'ai fait. Et aux membres... Non, attendez. Et aux membres qui président la séance en levant la main, ce que j'ai fait. Le maire, le membre qui préside la séance, donne la parole au conseiller en respectant l'ordre des demandes.
J'aimerais juste que la greffière nous explique
C'est ça.
cet article-là au complet.
C'est pour ça que c'est pour ça que je demande un point d'ordre. Puis un point d'ordre, là, c'est bien parce qu'on éduque tout le monde. Puis l'éducation, c'est bien correct aussi. Puis si j'ai pas raison, puis c'est la loi, ben je suis en apprentissage. C'est tout.
J'aimerais juste que la greffière explique et que tout le monde écoute, parce qu'actuellement, tout le monde parle par-dessus tout le monde et on ne s'écoute pas. Donc, je demanderai à la greffière d'expliquer le... voyons, comment ça s'appelle? Le règlement de régie interne et qu'elle réponde à la question de M. Brou. Et après ça, on poursuivra.
Effectivement, un conseiller peut demander la parole et adresser une question. À l'article 45, 46, 47, c'est mentionné au règlement. Sauf que pendant qu'un citoyen est en train d'avoir son droit de parole pour poser des questions, ce n'est pas permis à ce moment-là. Donc, je pourrais trouver la disposition du règlement. Je ne l'ai pas devant moi, mais je vais y revenir.
Non, mais moi, je laissais le monsieur terminer son argument, puis je voulais préciser un point qui a été mentionné.
C'est supposé être une question, donc vous pouvez adresser une question sous la forme interrogative.
Mais quand le monsieur dit « je veux entendre », c'est bien ce qu'il a dit. Là. That's what you said. I want to hear what this... That's what you said. I want to hear what this... You said, I want to hear what this citizen has to say. Ça, c'est une question qui m'adresse à moi.
Vous devez poser une question sous la forme interrogative, puis pas donner
À qui?
Pas faire d'allusions qui peuvent donner lieu à un débat. Donc, vous pouvez adresser une question à ce point-ci.
À qui j'adresse la question? Au monsieur?
À M. Doré.
Ah, OK. Bon, OK. Alors, le préambule, là, pour mettre en contexte, parce que ça fait loin, Mr. Chris Van Roret said that the procedure to have a dossier, I don't know how to say that. Comment tu dis ça, des dossiers, Chris? Non, pas des dossiers, des responsabilités. OK, like you're in the environment. Delegation. The mayor asked you what you want to do. Well, I was never been asked, and I was told that that's the prerogative of the mayor. Finally, when I read more, because I was a new elected, that no elected official can no elected official can make a decision unless we're in the council. So that's what I'm asking from the beginning, that we're a team, and all the decisions are not made in an office, but at city council. So I add the dossier of environment, okay? And why did Mr. Mayor, you said No more. We have no more subcommittee on the environment for education, but we will have a consultation at the beginning of the environment plan, and then we didn't have one. So you cancel my committee on the environment, and then you never ask me what a role I want to play in that institution. Contrary to what you experience, Chris.
Okay, thank you, Monsieur Beau, for your question. I think that this issue is really an internal issue that we can sit down and discuss. You are on the Environment Committee, you're on numerous committees, and two of which are extremely major committees. So I think that at this point here, we're doing a show for the public when we're in the middle of a question period, and I would like to proceed with the question period. And yourself, myself, and Monsieur Rouleau, on va s'asseoir ensemble.
I followed the procedure. I asked a question. I was on the Environment Committee. I was in charge of a committee, and you canceled my committee because you said there's going to be a public consultation for an environment plan, and we never had that. So that was on the topic. Mr. Van Roret said, that's the procedure. We all ask what we are comfortable to do, and I was never been asked what to do as a city councillor, part of that team.
Okay, so Mr. Beau, you are a member of the Environment Committee. The Environment Committee was created with two subcommittees. A few months after its creation, it was decided by the Environment Committee that we would dissolve the two subcommittees, not just yours, both of them, and you remain a representative on council with Mr. Van Roritz, and that has not changed. You also sit with Mr. Van Roritz on the Committee of Parks, le Comité de Parcs. Vous êtes aussi sur le DAA, maintenant que M. Trudeau n'est plus le délégué pour le DAA, et ça reste que vous êtes avec M. Leroux.
Yeah, my question was, why was this committee dissolved and we didn't have that public consultation that you promised? And then sit is a good verb because that's my role. I sit, that's about it. Thank you. I have no more. No,
I think I've responded to the question. You are an active member of the Environment Committee.
Well, define my role.
Your role is to represent the council on said committee and be involved in the decision-making process. Mr. Von, the both of you are my representatives on the city.
When you have meetings with Mr. Van Roret, I'm not invited.
I don't know what you're referring to, Monsieur Beau. I have meeting with councillors on a regular basis. Those who come to my office has nothing to do with the Environment Committee. Okay, let's move on, please.
There's meeting in your office for Environment Committee.
Okay, we'll continue with Monsieur question 10. Monsieur Wilkinson, he's not in the room today. Question 1, cell tower information. I have not read anything about wireless 5G cell towers being installed around Dorval neighborhoods in your monthly newsletter, nor the city's website. We know that wired 5G is safer and less expensive to operate. However, wireless 5G is cheaper than big tech companies to install, and so it seems to be that is what is happening. Wireless 5G kills birds and insects, according to the WHO. Electromagnetic frequencies might be a carcinogen for humans. Moreover, having 5G cell towers on or near properties could reduce the value of residential home by as much as 20%. That's a realtor survey, he points out. The attached photo of 5G mini cell towers was taken this week in front of 395 Thorncrest. However, the installation was done a few years ago. It's less than 40 feet from their bedroom. The second photo of the cell tower on Carson, adjacent to École Secondaire Jean 23, and right on top of the bus stop where the kids congregate to wait for buses. Kids are more valuable to EMR. Will Dorval citizens be advised that the EMF generating power, AKA the wireless cell towers, could be erected on or near their property and that they have little recourse once they're installed? Mr. Wilkinson, I think you answered your own question. The cell towers and communications in this country are managed by the federal government. They do not have to tell cities when they're installing 5G or any kind of communications in the cities, in municipalities. And they have made that clear with the FCM, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and with the UMQ, Union des Municipalités de Québec, at several occasions. What we can regulate in Dorval is the posts on which the box is installed. They do come to the city for that. Many posts have been installed many years ago, and we are not kept abreast of whether or not it's older technology, 4G technology, or 5G technology. So that's a bit of a problem. Unfortunately, that's the situation that we're in. The federal government has complete power on communications in this country and its regulation, and has little discussions with the municipality. To your question number 2, identify the locations of 5G towers. It's becoming more proactive. Will the city provide homeowners with a map showing all the existing and intended locations for 5G installations? Well, that information is available on site, online. I mean, I will send you the information I have. However, it is not clear what the installations are, whether they are 4G, older technology, or 5G. So it's very hard to decipher what exactly is installed. What the box look like, the box doesn't need to change for them to change the device that's inside the box. So it's very difficult, and we are not told what they're installing. To my knowledge, I did not believe that there were any 5G installations, because there is some information that says it interferes with airports. However, that is not something that I have written that's been given to me as a definitive answer. Question number 3, how Dorval will support its residents. Hopefully, the installation of 5G towers will not go unchallenged by Dorval. How will its citizens be adequately informed about the potential threat to their health and safety, and what measures will council enact to defend our community from this invasion? I think I understand your concern. I'll discuss with the administration whether or not we can put the links to all cell towers, not just 5G towers, on our website. Maybe that would be useful to some residents. However, the municipalities have very little power in this, and it's really the question needs to be directed to our federal member of parliament, because they're the only people who can regulate and be transparent about what is going on with 5G, at least in Dorval and on the West Island. I'm always free to discuss further with you, Mr. Wilkinson. We'll move on to question number 12, Mrs. Saragina. Dorval Circle. Any news on when the Dorval Circle will be back at full capacity, 3 lanes? When will works be completed? Quite dangerous to navigate. Mrs. Saragina, I totally agree with you, and the rest of this room totally agrees with you. However, I don't have an answer. I know that they're working on a revised plan. Is it based on the plan that was shown 10 years ago or more? Is it a new plan? It's yet to be known. I suspect that we'll have more information around 2027, but that's hypothetical. I do not have the information. We have discussions with Transport Quebec, and they're certainly not giving us any hard dates. So unfortunately, that's all I can provide in terms of that question. Bike path on 55th Avenue. Any plans to make a bike path on 55th Avenue, like Saint Laurent created in its industrial park? It would allow people working in Saint Laurent, Dorval industrial parks to move safely, especially taking into account the growing popularity of e-bikes. We're in the middle we're at the start of a consultation process with Aon in regards to creating a master plan on bike paths. Thank you. We're sending our comments based on the first presentation, and they will be receiving them. We will be shown more specific drafts of a proposed bike paths in Dorval, and at that point, we will come to the public and present this information, and that will be the opportune time to make mention of a bike path on 55th. I know that there's a lot of discussions going on right now with Montreal in building a bike path along the 520, mostly through Saint Laurent, Town of Mount Royal, and Saint Laurent. And of course, we'll be happy to see it in our little part of Dorval if that comes to fruition. Of course, the MTQ is involved in that dossier as well, because right now there is no bike path going through the Dorval Circle. So my answer to you is please be on the lookout in the coming months on consultations on bike paths. Monsieur Moreau, êtes-vous ici, Monsieur Moreau? At a recent council meeting, you and Councillor Von Roorts both replied to a question regarding your Zoom meeting with Professor Parisa Aria, and she mentioned that the airport should never have been built on the island of Montreal. The professor wrote that both of you and Professor Aria wrote to both of you and Murray Levine and mentioned the following 13 or so points, and I quote, see Professor Aria's document. We don't have the document here at this time, but I understand your question. Why did you minimize the physical harm being done to 20,000 plus residents in Dorval? I don't want to minimize the situation, but none of us here are qualified health professionals, and the professor did not write a medical report. She wrote a statistical report primarily to the federal government in regards to level of black carbon particulates over Dorval and to a certain extent the West Island. It made no mention of medical conclusions. And so I certainly can't invoke something that wasn't written. Is it concerning? It's concerning. But Mr. Levine, or Monsieur Moreau, I apologize. The question is suited both to, as I said before, our Member of Parliament in Quebec and our Member of Parliament in Ottawa. That was the only question. Mr. Hamlin, Monsieur Hamelin, question on pollutants from aircrafts. My daughter lives in Dorval. She is pregnant. She's heard that Dorval babies may be born with black carbon nanoparticles in their brains and lungs. Is this true? Unfortunately, Monsieur Hamelin, I am not a doctor, and I cannot answer that question. Thank you for your question. Madame Cournoyer, would you like to read your questions?
Like everyone else, I'd like to wish everybody a Happy New Year and a good start.
To you as well.
To the work that you're going to be doing over the next year. It's very important work. And I'd like to wish you the best of success in the hard work that you've got ahead of you. Okay. My first question has to do with the process we've just undergone. My first question is concerning communications. The City of Dorval has known since April of 2022 that it would undertake consultations with citizens on the revisions to the urban plan concerning certain areas of the city. There were a lot of misses in the communication plan for both the survey and the consultation. It's my experience as a communications professional that to get people to turn out to an event, that ideally you have to give them a notice of 6 weeks, 3 weeks at minimum. Yet citizens receive printed invitations to fill in the survey and the consultation by Canada Post only last week. They had a day or two to respond to the survey. Why was this mailing not done at the onset of the campaign? The date of release of the survey could not have been worse. It was the busiest travel week of the year. Families were busy with last-minute Christmas preparations, and the children were home from school. Given that very few people were able to participate, why was the release of the survey timed for a period of conflicting time commitments? Normally, a communications professional would have chosen a time of fewer conflicts to engage the largest number. If the city took out ads in Le Messager, no one saw them because our Publisacs did not include Le Messager. Le Messager printed articles in its online edition, but these were only in French. What about our English speakers? There was no notice of the survey or of the consultations in the Gazette's West Island calendar. There was no coverage of the survey in the Gazette, and an article on the consultations appeared only last week. The City of Dorval Facebook page released information on the survey, but it was quickly lost as new items pushed it down the thread. Mayor Doré posted it to his Facebook page only on January the 10th. There was nothing posted there when the survey was first released, and no last-minute reminders for the survey. And the city did not reach out to the popular Dorval Facebook pages and groups with cross-postings. Dorval missed important communications opportunities to advise citizens in its own publications, such as the Communications magazine in December, which is delivered from door to door, and the Cyber News email to citizens in December, though it did appear late in the January issue. An article in Communications
Mrs.
would have been a
Cornoyer.
precious backgrounder
Mrs. Cornoyer,
to the 8 regions.
we have a 2-minute preamble. You're aware. I don't even know where you are in your question.
I'm almost done.
Let's
Okay.
move forward.
Yeah, so basically, you missed the opportunity to give backgrounders to the questions in the communications article. And many people commented on social media they did not understand the questions and could not fill in the survey. So why did the city not take greater care in giving its citizens adequate information? One had the feeling that no one was driving the bus and that every communication was a last-minute improvisation. My question is, who was in charge of Dorval's communication plan? How much was budgeted for communications? And why was there no critical path to ensure that citizens were informed in an adequate and timely manner?
Okay. Well, I in terms of costs, I don't know what the cost is. We have a communication team that takes care of communications. I think we can debate this question all night long. The survey was up for 31 days, 4 weeks, 2 days, I believe. It was communicated via many different means of communications. As I said, I did a lot of media on this. I know that because I had a resident who told me that they heard me on the radio. We can't control Canada Post, but the mailings went out. I got mine at a different time than other people.
Why wasn't that sent just before the 20th of December?
We used many channels of communication.
No, but I mean, that one reached every single person in Dorval.
It was sent out right after Christmas, right after we came back from the Christmas break. Documents had to be printed. We're delivered to Canada Post. Canada Post does not deliver the day we give it to them. There's a certain delay, and unfortunately, some people got it earlier, some people got it later. But,
Well,
but Mrs.
that
Cornway,
underlines my point
Mrs.
about there not being a critical path.
Mrs. Cornway, we used our text messaging service, I think twice. It was on our Facebook. It was on, and I don't know what happens on other Facebook groups. We manage our own Facebook post. We had our website. There was media. There was an ad in Le Messager. There was documentation in the Suburban. That 1520 was a new paper. It had information in there. So, I mean, we did what we had to do.
Your critical path, you didn't have a critical path. That was the problem with it.
Okay. I tend to disagree, but that's fine. Next question, please.
Okay, my next question concerns the survey. For a government survey, I was surprised at how poor the survey was conceived and executed. Firstly, if Dorval had been serious about a survey, it would have printed out forms, delivered them to Dorval residents by post, and tracked the responses, following up where necessary. SurveyMonkey might be useful as a nonprofit
Mrs.
to take
Cornway,
a straw poll of its
I don't want to
membership.
stop you, but I have your question that you mailed in here, and that's not your question. I have your question here. My question is, why was professional survey company not hired to undertake scientific survey?
Well, I had the whole thing. If you look at the attachment that I sent, it includes this.
Yeah, but
Okay.
how did...
Can I keep on going?
No,
Finish
but
my preamble?
Mrs. Cornway, I want to make a point here. The formula, the question here has to fit inside is limited to 1,500 characters. It's not forever. It's a short preamble of 2 minutes.
Can I finish my preamble?
Yeah.
Okay. SurveyMonkey might be useful for a nonprofit to take a straw poll of its membership, but it's not a professional instrument. Anyone with the VPN would be able to get around the system, and security was so poor that hundreds of surveys could have been filled in and sent in by the same person. Many people commented on social media that they felt that the questions were not open questions and pushed in a certain direction. The survey was poorly conducted, biased, and not at all a reflection of what the population has to say, was a common opinion. My son, who works for a professional survey company, looked at the survey and quickly concurred that many questions were pure propaganda and that the survey was not at all subtle about pushing a certain point of view. A number of questions required people to have advanced knowledge of what our urban planning department was up to. There was nothing to jog people's memories, no explanations given, no context. For example, how is someone to understand what integrating future buildings into harmonious wholes is supposed to mean when no information given on what those future buildings might be? There were mentions of airport-related nuisances in East Dorval, which is not under any flight paths. There are many other examples given, but one was left with the impression that whoever drafted these questions did not know our city. There were no definitions given. Does City Council expect Dorval citizens to know what a TOD is? My question is, why was a professional survey company not hired to undertake a scientific survey of Dorval residents? Why were specialists in devising questionnaires not hired to remove the bias of the draft questions? And why did Dorval choose such an inadequate instrument for its survey? And how much money is being spent on the survey and the analysis of its results? And why did Dorval not give a presentation of its plans for all 8 regions before the survey was sent out?
Okay. So, Mrs. Cornway, thank you. Look, there's so many questions there between the last one and this one. I really don't know which one to reply to. We're very well over the rules here tonight. Here's what I'm going to say. I think you're very clear in your perception of the survey. You've made that clear. I can tell you that I've spoken to other people who were able to answer it, who had a different experience and a different set of. We can disagree. We're going to have to disagree on that because I know that there are people who did it, and the fact that we have over 600 of them supports that.
That is a
statement.
very poor response, by the way.
Okay.
If we have 13,000 eligible voters and you only have a 600 survey response, it's extremely poor.
Well, Mrs. Cornway, I can tell you this, there are some people, and I know this because people have discussed this with me, there are some people who do want change. They do want change. I understand that some people don't. That's okay. Everybody has an opinion. That's fine. I am not questioning that, okay? But there are, and I'm going to say there are people who want some change and who did do the survey and who were fine filling it out. I'm listening to your concerns. I have said here that maybe there was some things that we could have done better, and we'll discuss that. I hear what you're saying, but that's where we are today.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that you could have had it done professionally, and it wasn't done professionally, and you've missed an opportunity there.
Well, the professionals were BC2. You just didn't like the wording.
No, it's not. You need specialists in terms of people who know how to write questions without bias. You need people who are experienced in doing surveys. And there are people who are professional in that area and who are qualified in that area.
Okay.
That's right. That's right.
Last question, please.
Okay. Last March, the city adopted the following resolutions, which is Article 3L in the minutes. Il est résolu d'adopter le projet de règlement RCM 60 PU 2022, modifiant à nouveau le plan d'urbanisme durable.
Mrs. Cornway, this is not the question that you submitted tonight. Can you please read the question, or maybe I'll read the question?
Okay, well, no, I'm reading my preamble.
Well, I have your question. My question is the real reason for Square Dorval and the whole Jardin Dorval not being included in the consultation is because North American Group has gone one step further and hired BC2 as part of your urban planners. Is that not the question you're reading?
Yes, I'm reading the preamble. And I must say, Maire Doré, if you can invite anybody from the room to get up and speak, I don't know why you are preventing me from speaking at this point in time.
Because, Mrs. Cornoyer, we're very patient people, but your questions don't respect the
okay, well, let me go a little quicker.
The rules that we have set up. You're entitled to 3 questions up front. After that, you can sit down. A preamble has to be a short preamble of no more than 2 minutes.
Okay. Well, then, last March, you passed a resolution with regards to the reflection that you're underdoing. And then at that point in time, you introduced the reflection, and you said that the purpose was to reflect on the development and redevelopment of directions of certain sectors of the city, not defined because we're including everything, but this did not apply to projects already approved by council. I will give an example. North American Developments Group, Square Dorval, has a permit to build Phase 1 and Phase 2. They would be exempt. This bylaw would not apply to Phase 1 and 2, but Phases 3, 4, and 5, which has yet to be determined, will definitely fall under whatever the reflection brings us the following year. That gives us an example, you said. Given this statement, I was very surprised that the notice on the survey and the citizen consultation did not include Phase 3, 4, and 5 of Square Dorval, nor did it include the Jardin de Dorval Mall and parking lot. When asked about this omission on the City of Dorval Facebook page announcing the survey, I was given this answer. The North American development projects surrounding areas are in full transformation, currently and in the near future by government entities like Via Rail, EXO, and the MTQ regarding Dorval Circle. The city must wait until all modifications are finalized to launch public consultations concerning that area. It would not be wise to go forward at this point since the landscape will look much different in the future following these important changes. Public consultations are, however, still in the plans once the government entities determine exactly how these major development projects will impact the city.
Question, please, Mrs. Cornway.
When I asked if this meant that there would also be a pause on areas 3, 5, and 7 because they were so much closer to Via Rail, EXO, and MTQ than North American Development Group, I was given a one response, no. The question that I have for the city is why would they jeopardize their credibility with the voters of Dorval by this kind of an omission? Last March, the mayor gave out a point of information that phases 3, 4, and 5 of
Okay,
Square
can I
Dorval
answer your
would be
question,
included in the
Mrs. Cornway?
reflection. And suddenly, the citizen consultation that is part of the bylaw, this is omitted. My question is, there has been no information that has been given out on these plans. So I have no idea what you're coming out with, but I really doubt that phases 3, 4, and 5 will be held back until 2027, which is the date that you gave just a few minutes ago. So my question is the real reason that Square Dorval and the whole Jardin Dorval mall and parking lot not being included in the consultation is because North American Development Group has gone one step further and hired BC2 as its urban planner? Why does Dorval tolerate such an obvious conflict of interest? Other companies could have done this work.
I'll answer
Why
your-
did the city
Mr.
not
Mrs.
hire
Cornway,
Fahy and
Mrs.
Associates?
Mrs. Cornway, I'll answer your question. Okay, I'll repeat. We're not here to spend 15 minutes discussing a history. I'll answer your question. Your question is the following. Has BC been hired to be the urban planner of the city? The answer is absolutely not. We have an urban planning department filled with urban planners, and they are the only people who are making urban planning decisions, and those decisions are approved by the council, and only the council.
My question was not that, Mayor Doré. My question was BC2 hired by North American Development Group to be their town planners?
I don't know what they were hired for. They were hired, to my knowledge, as to be a lobbyist in their project here in Dorval, which is required by Quebec law. Anything else would be illegal on their behalf, and there's nothing there that is controversial.
Why did you hire them if you knew that they were already lobbyists? Why didn't you hire Fahy et Associés, or CMA Plus, who drafted our urban plan in 2016?
I'm not sure that Fahy could have done that. We discussed before that there's a certain separation that has to be made. BC2 is a very large company, and they have the procedures in place to make sure that they're not in a conflict of interest. Fahy is much smaller. Not sure that, and I may be wrong, did they, I'm not even sure if they were part of the discussion.
Were they invited?
I'm sure they were invited.
Were they invited to submit for this proposal? Like, why did you go for a gré agreement with BC2 and not consider them?
Fahy was considered, they refused.
How about CMA Plus?
CMA Plus ont plus d'urbanistes, ils viennent d'en engager un.
Okay. Okay, so why was a request for proposals not done, particularly as the city has two years in which to do this work?
La loi mentionne bien que nous avons 2 ans, mais présentement, nous avons plusieurs demandes, surtout dans le parc industriel. Et nous nous sommes entendus, contrairement à beaucoup d'autres villes, pour ne pas avoir de poursuite, de faire ce processus-là rapidement, de façon à s'assurer que les entrepreneurs qui créent de l'emploi puissent opérer. On a plusieurs demandes de permis qu'on retient actuellement à cause du RCI. Et c'est pour ça que l'urbaniste, avant même mon arrivée, avait recommandé au conseil d'accélérer le processus de façon à s'assurer qu'on n'ait pas de poursuites légales comme de nombreuses villes ont actuellement au Québec.
That was the reason that you gave in passing the bylaw, the law that hired them. But you haven't done it that expeditiously, because in the original thing, there was supposed to be community consultations as early as June, and that did not take place.
Je ne peux pas répondre à cette question-là. Je n'étais pas là au début. Je suis arrivé en septembre. Je peux vous dire que quand je suis arrivé, on a pris le dossier, puis ça fait quand même quelques mois que ce dossier-là est travaillé. Et on accélère le processus de façon à respecter les ententes, pas les ententes, mais les promesses qui ont été faites par les élus de façon à aider nos entrepreneurs.
Alors, vous avez déjà des demandes de permis pour faire du développement?
C'est une des raisons pourquoi on fait ce processus-là, pour s'assurer que la population est confortable avec les demandes qu'on a. Actuellement, on ne regarde aucune demande dans ce coin-là, justement, pour ne pas se faire de préidées, parce qu'on veut s'assurer que la population nous dise qu'est-ce qu'elle souhaite voir dans son dorval.
Ça, c'est un bon point, Mme Cournoyer, parce que là, vous avez dit, est-ce qu'on a des demandes? On n'accepte pas des demandes.
Ben, je sais.
OK,
Ouais.
on veut être clair là-dessus. On sait, il y a des propriétaires de terrain, des développeurs qui veulent faire des projets à Dorval.
But North American Development Group that wants to do 3, 4, and 5. And you said those would be included in your reflection, and now you're saying they're not because on the other side of Square Dorval, the bus station and Via Rail might switch places? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, well, we've explained, we've provided all the answers that we can possibly provide at this point. Square Dorval is not doing anything right now. We know that they're already approved, Mrs. Cournoyer, for certain height restrictions, and at this point, that is public knowledge.
When will the public be consulted on phases 3, 4, and 5 of Square Dorval, and also on changes to be brought to Jardin Dorval?
Well,
when will that take place?
I can't answer that question. They haven't presented anything to us. We know what the height requirements are. Those were approved prior to this consultation. Remember, we had a register, and it passed the register. And the height has been determined many years ago, 2-3 years ago.
Yes, but Maire Doré, last March, you said that the city would be allowing the citizens to have a say in those last 3 phases.
And I apologize for the confusion at the beginning of this meeting today. I explained why.
No, you haven't explained why. You've said that there is some work going to be done north of Dorval Circle, but you haven't said why the citizens will no longer be consulted.
Okay. Well, I can tell you, Mrs. Cournoyer, that as I said before, Square Dorval was not part of the project. I wished it to be part of the project. I spoke out of course with the administration, and they reminded me that this was not part of the BC2 project.
Yeah, well, I see the results of a conflict of interest there.
Of who?
Thank you.
Of who, Mrs. Cournoyer? Okay. Next question is Monsieur Cognil-Fournier. Does anybody want to take that question?
The first one. So I'll read the first question and answer it. I've lived in Dorval for over 30 years. Over the years, I've seen major renovations made to the arena, new soccer fields with artificial turf put into place, refrigerated rink, several outdoor skating rinks, and 2 skating parks, 2 tennis courts, baseball fields, bocce court, golf course that is also being maintained and improved for a select few. It appears to me that a lot of money has been spent for sporting activities over the past years, yet I have seen very little spent for cultural activities, with the exception of a small concert series. Dorval has no concert hall of any sorts except for the art gallery, which is occasionally open for small ensembles. Instead of putting this money toward cultural activities, we are again privileging sporting activities. I remind you that the arts are also a source of enjoyment, pleasure, and mental health. Not every citizen needs sporting activities in their life. Everywhere I turn, I see cultural activities being neglected in favor of sporting activities. Look just around in our schools where musical instruments are falling apart, theater, art, and music programs are being removed from curriculum. Is it not time for Dorval to think about culture and spend some funds towards it, instead of yet building another skate park, and has the population been consulted about this? So, Mr. Cognil-Fournier, sorry, I should have read that the specific subject of the question is the professional services for skate park. Thank you for the question. And I think the two can coexist. I think there's merit to the point of could we do more for cultural activities in Dorval. I feel quite strongly about the benefits of arts and cultural and artistic expression in the community. I think the question is, what does that look like? And in the past, the council would talk about it. It'd be nice to, different ideas of what we could do. I know different artisans and artist societies and performing arts, because they obviously have different needs for a space, have also expressed interest. And I think what this council has discussed both internally and has started to express vocally is when we get to the public consultation, which was originally going to just be for parks and green spaces. That's transforming a little bit and is now going to be about parks, green spaces, and leisure facilities as well. I think that's the opportunity to be to give the community an opportunity to be very transparent about their priorities and needs. Because I think there's a lot of different things we can do, but how do we prioritize? What makes the most sense? How do we use the spaces we have optimally? I have a lot of exciting ideas for this, but that's not what matters. I think hearing from the many different groups in the community is of merit here. To the specific point about the skate park, because that is your question, we're not building a new skate park. So what we're voting on tonight is to develop plans to renovate one of our skate parks, one that I think this council has repeatedly heard needs great attention. It's not in a particularly positive space, not physical space, but style. And we've also heard that through our employees and users of the skate park itself. So that's the idea behind why we're looking at investing in the redevelopment of that skate park. But I don't think this is meant in any way, and I'm willing to stand by this, I don't think this is meant in any way of preventing investment in cultural and artistic activities. And I know you have a few other questions about this, but it is something that I hope we can keep on our radar for the coming years. Thank you.
I'll just add, Mr. Von Roerts, that, culture, this council, everyone here, feels strongly that culture is an important part of the offering that our leisure department provides. We know that, there's more effort to be made. We hear people's concerns in regards to some kind of place where we can have some small shows or maybe do some dance or small concerts and even a theater. It's certainly important and relevant because we have less access to the Jean 23 facilities and theater than ever before. So all I'm going to say here is that we understand we're talking with the administration on developing a larger offering, and part of our parks consultation, which will be later on this year, that will be a topic of discussion. What do people want to see in terms of theater and music, and what new offerings could we bring? And I'm sure that our new director of leisure, Mademoiselle Kirsch, will be able to provide us information and guide us in the right direction as well. So thank you very much for that question.
Could I take?
I will read question number 2.
Okay.
Questions are directed to the mayor, and then Mrs. Duchâtel, you can respond. I understand a grant from the Fonds d'aide aux citoyens will be given. This is true. Is this grant being given towards culture, or is it being given yet again towards sports? If given towards sports, why is culture not being considered? Who decides on the allocation of the grants? And are there citizens involved in the decision-making process? So go ahead.
I'd like to answer that because I am one of the people who are part of the Fonds d'aide, and we did just have a meeting on the 19th of January. These 3 that we are approving tonight happen to be for sport. We have great talent in Dorval. It's amazing. One is for a figure skater. The second is for a tennis, a young man who plays tennis, and the third one is for fencing. We very much encourage people who do culture and art to please put forth their applications. We look for some. We don't get very many. The ones that we see are mostly for sport. In the rules and regulations, it is for culture and sport and leisure. So again, we absolutely encourage it. And to answer your question on we do vote during those meetings and discuss what will be covered and what will not be covered in terms of expenses. And to answer your question on who's on that, there are 3 council members. There are 2 employees from the Services of Leisure and Sport from the City of Dorval. There is an employee from Community Assistance, Community Aid. There's 1 person who is the representative of the DAA, and there are 4 citizens as well that sit on that committee. I hope this answers your question. If you have any more, please feel free to ask them.
And I will add that, and that's a very good synopsis. I will simply add that if people have any questions about how to apply, to just communicate with our Director of Leisure. We'll provide the policy and a form that people can fill out, and we'll be able to explain to you what kind of receipts you need to submit, what kind of expenses are can be reviewed, etc. So if anyone feels they have any questions, please speak with the director at Sports and Leisure. We'll go to question number 3. I have brought up this on Facebook, and you have answered me in a rather vague terms. We in Dorval have literally no concert hall, with the exception of the art gallery, occasionally open for concerts. There is no permanent hall dedicated to the performing arts. Dorval offers us a variety of outdoor concerts, plays, etc., mostly in the summer months. The winter months are rather neglected. As a musician and performer in various formations, including the Lakeshore Light Opera, I note that the entire West Island has no proper stage for performing arts. Troupes like ourselves and Lakeshore players have to constantly fight with the local schools to get the stage to perform on. The cinema on Dorval Avenue could have been renovated and turned into a performing arts stage, but instead of it being developed for yet more condos, I ponder on the city wanting more residents in the condos, yet no desire to maintain permanent infrastructure dedicated to culture. I wonder where all of those people will go for entertainment, obviously elsewhere in Montreal, and spend their money there. In view of this fact, Dorval has acquired the Canva, although you have indicated that the population of Dorval would be consulted. If you consider the recent population consultation was fair, I would like to formally suggest a vocation of Canva to be one of culture and the emphasis on performing arts. I would like to know if a cultural committee exists, if citizens can be part of it. Today there is no cultural committee, and at this point that is something that we will be reviewing in the coming months, and we're waiting for our administration to get back to us on that. In terms of a hall, I think I go back to what I said before, Mr. Fournier. We understand that there's a certain percent of the population who's interested in such a facility. I think we just need to see what people would like. That will help us establish what kind of a facility to build. I see something around the 120, 25 seat area. That's not very big, but that's big for a small town like us. But we're waiting for this consultation to start in the fall, and people can also reflect on where it can go. It does not necessarily have to go in a huge building like this. It can be an add-on to our existing facilities, for example, or a small dedicated space. So I look forward to having that discussion later in the fall. So thank you, Mr. Cognil Fournier. We have now gone to question 18, which is Mrs. Jones. She's not in the room. In response to your question, to a question on your Facebook page, on December 20th, the City of Dorval stated that there would be an online survey. This was also stated in promotional infographic. Seemingly due to public outrage on January 6th, the city then mentioned in a response to the question that flyers would be sent out in a few days. I received a copy of the survey on January 18th. As did many people. This was the only 2 days before the closing date of the survey. This is unacceptable situation in the city of Dorval's caliber to be situation for the city of Dorval's caliber to be party to. At what date did you send out the surveys, and how can you justify that this is an honest, open, all-encompassing survey when half the population has been disenfranchised and their right has been informed? Mrs. Cournoyer, as I think I mentioned, Mrs. Jones, sorry, Mrs. Cournoyer. As I mentioned, I think earlier, the survey was printed right upon our return from the Christmas holiday break, 3 days at the printers and delivered to Canada Post. Canada Post has 5 days to deliver it once they receive the information. I don't know what date they started delivering it out. I know some people got it at the end of the week. I know some people don't check their mailboxes, so sometimes they may have come in at the beginning of the week. They only saw it on Wednesday. I know I got mine on a Tuesday. Look, I understand that it's not ideal, but we did, and we're not going to repeat the same answers. There was many channels of communications that were used, and I think, is it for review for a future project? Probably, and we'll do that. But I think, we still had people who responded a little over $600. I'll keep saying that. So thank you for that question. Your second question is regards lack of glossary or terms. With regards to the survey and the lack of a glossary of explanation, the language and terminology used was not easy for the general public to understand. There was no glossary terms. As I was told by the city when requested on December 20th, see attachment. Suggesting to go to the consultation for explanation is not very helpful when filling out the survey online. Which closing date was before the consultations were to be held? There were no links or hyperlinks to anything in the survey to give clear indication of boundaries of each of the zones, no explanation for acronyms and terminology, no sidebar for clarification. All in all, very unprofessional. Example of one question when asked an opinion on the development of the following potential projects. How are people to know what the potential projects are? Which makes no sense. This is just one example of the inane questions. Some seemingly had no bearing to the topic. I have to ask you, Mr. Mayor, did you go over the questions before they were published and gave your approval? Please answer even if has been asked before. The answer is I did read the questions a few days before they were published when they were provided to me. At my request, I appreciate your comments. You're not the first persons to have said that. As I said, some people completed the survey. So, at the end of the day, I think we'll have to review council for future. Master plan question attached, a lack of space. Not sure what that is. A quote from an infographic. The City of Dorval wishes to proceed with a collaborative planning exercise for several sectors that demonstrate potential for redevelopment or repurposing. Mr. Mayor, we have a master plan, a plan that was conducted over many years with the public very much at the forefront of the planning and vision. The plan is bylaw RCM-60.pu.2015. The following words are taken from the developing of the master plan. A master plan document represents a social contract between citizens, the municipality, and the public, and the private partners with the view of establishing the municipal council orientations and objectives for land use development. The sustainable master plan of the city of Dorval will be a model of a development plan that will bring about a viable and sustainable community. It is clearly shown in the master plan, the same zone and directives, all that you or others wish to change. So let it be understood that the citizens of Dorval, who've had a huge voice and great input in the development of this plan, have now been discounted, thrown out with the bathwater to make way for new developers, as the old vision does not meet their requirements. Our extensive comprehensive plan is only a few years old. It took, I guess, many years to develop, and it's true reflection as to how citizens see their city and in great detail how they see its growth. So I think we agree on some principal points here, Mrs. Jones. The Sustainable Master Plan of the City of Dorval is a good document. It's a very good vision document. We're not changing it today. In fact, what we're doing is meeting with the population, having a discussion. The survey is part of that discussion. The workshops are part of that discussion. And the presentation will be part of that discussion. And the purpose here is to develop not a new master plan, but to develop the regulations to support sustainable development. The plan as it is today gives us very little opportunity to negotiate with developers. What we're doing today is asking for the comments of the citizens and giving us their vision. And I've said this before, we need to understand what people accept from densification so that we can put the proper rules into place. Densification means different things for different people. Some people like high. High creates a lot of green space. Some people prefer low. It creates less green space. These are questions that we are posing, and this is what the survey and the consultations will give us. And once we have this information, we will be able to go back into our regulations and put in place a set of rules and regulations that will support the vision of our citizens. We're not scrapping the urban plan. It's a fantastic plan. What is missing is a concrete set of rules that reflect the reality of 2020 and for the next 40 years. Because right now the regulations does not reflect what the people here in this room would like to see in development. So development needs to take place. We are trying to understand what is suitable for the residents of Dorval, and that's what we'll put in our urban plan. And then when this process is done, when developers come back with their plans, we'll be able to say, excuse me, but 10, 12 stories is not acceptable to our population. Our rules say that it's 8, or it's 6, or it's 10, whatever. But today we don't have that flexibility. So we need to go through this process. This will only reinforce our master urban plan. And I stand firm that this is a very good conversation. And we're going to move forward with the population of Dorval backing us along the way. So hopefully that answers your question, Mrs. Jones. We're going to go to the last question of Monsieur Grandin. Urban Planning Survey, question 1. Oh, excuse.
First off, I'd like to complain about your online form for submitting questions. There doesn't seem to be any mechanism that I could find for printing out my questions. So I had to sort of try to rejig my questions after the fact.
Would you like me to give you your questions?
No, I'll read what I've got here.
All right.
Basically, I'm one of the 6,500 people or so who did not fill out the survey. Because in my case, I didn't feel that the way the survey was structured, the way it was worded, allowed me to honestly express an opinion. So my evaluation of the survey is that it was really awful. I had a question.
So then I hope you'll be at the consultation.
I will be.
Okay.
I'll skip my question there because I think it's already been answered. My second question was, do you agree that the primary obligation of any city council and the administration is to provide a safe and healthy environment for its population? And that's within the context of the things that are within your power to control.
Yeah, I agree.
Good. Now, the discussion of the triangle. The land underlying the triangle has been polluted by years of industrial use. Large parts of it are very likely to contain heavy metals and organics. Massive remediation will likely be necessary. There's a very substantial list of studies linking health problems with transportation corridors. The triangle is bounded by 2 major highways with constant noise and pollution. The area is also in close proximity to the airport, and its noise, heavy metals, organic pollutants, including the PM25 or 2.5 black particulate problem. And if you're talking about high density, the higher you're building, the more exposure you have to the airport. The area also borders a multi-track railways that, in addition to the vibration, noise, PM 2.5, and other pollutants, exposes all nearby residents to the risk of accidents from explosives and toxic materials that pass by there daily. In my opinion, it's clearly not an area in which we should be developing residential use. Will you commit to instructing your staff and consultants that the health and safety of Dorval residents is their primary responsibility, and abandon any proposals for putting residential accommodation in the triangle?
Thank you for your question. I'm not sure where in this process it was determined or predetermined that there was going to be high-density residential in that corridor, in that triangle. We put it out there in the RCI because I think what we have now is not sustainable. We have spot zoning, what some people might remember as spot zoning. We have residential inside, commercial inside, industrial, and none of which is, great, has great value. I mean, someone who's storing asphalt shingles is not necessarily something that we desire. They're there, they're owners of their property, and that's fine. But I don't know where we got to the point where somehow the city has said that it's going to become high-density residential. What we've done there is allow property owners to look at, to reflect on what kind of development that we want there. We would like high-quality industrial. Tech firms were good. I know that there's already a tech firm in there that's doing great work. And I think, that's the direction that we want to have. A part of this consultation, people will give us their comments of what kind of densification we want there. Densification is not just residential, it's industrial. But let me give you another example. If someone wanted to build a mini Congress Center or, We know people like to come now, travel in, business people travel in. They'll have meetings, say, at the airport, at the hotel. They don't have huge facilities. People can have meetings, companies can have meetings by the airport, and, their people are back on the plane late afternoon, early evening. If someone wanted to build a conference center with 1 or 2 hotels, I think that would be a great opportunity. So all I'm saying here is that we have not zoned anything to be residential in there. We will have to go back to the CMM anyways if we do want to change it to residential. What we're really saying to the business community is that we're open to listen to potential projects in that area. So that's I think an important point to make, and I think we need to get away from this notion that somehow the city wants only high density residential development. If the Dorval Circle gets rebuilt in a different configuration and Via Rail does not stay in that area, then I don't know why we would want high density residential in there, because now you have to build a whole structure to get from one side of the highway to the other side of the highway.
Okay, I guess you haven't answered my question, which was, are you prepared to commit that there will not be residential development in that area?
I can't rule out something that we're not even at that point. We haven't even had the consultation, and you're asking me to rule out something. I think your question is in regards to pollution and contaminants, and anybody who buys any of that land will have to go through an environment analysis process. Am I correct? And so, if people were to propose that kind of project, the ground will have to be treated for contaminants.
There's the question of the ground that has to be treated for contaminants. There's also the location. Sandwiched between two highways, a railway and an airport, is not a place where we should be encouraging people to live.
Okay, I understand your concern. I think we're very early in this process to decide what that sector will be. I do not necessarily see it as a residential area. I see it as a industrial commercial area. We have people we have developers who want to build hotel projects. The conference center has been discussed. I don't know that there's any such project, but that could be one. There could be high value industrial projects who want to go there to be in close proximity to the airport. I know that we would like to see less parking lots in that area as well. Maybe we can have development projects that are shared parking and hotel space above, or some kind of commercial space above. So everything's open. Everything's open.
If you are looking at rezoning that area.
Pardon?
You see, if you are looking at rezoning that area on a sort of large-scale basis, one suggestion would be to talk to the ADM to see if you can get the ADM to use that space instead of using the space at Gulf Dorval.
I do. How many times have we asked them to do that? Is that our last question? That's a good way to finish. I think I had that very same discussion with Monsieur Rainville earlier this month. I'm waiting for him to come back to me with a proposal. And with that, if we have no more questions, we'll move to the agenda. Are we ready, folks? Let's start our meeting.
Je demande la parole pour ajouter une proposition de résolution à l'agenda.
On a déjà approuvé l'ordre du jour. Pour le futur, M. Gros, si tu veux ajouter quelque chose à l'agenda, faut que tu le fais au début de la séance.
Moi, j'ai demandé à la greffière, et puis je vais le lire ce que j'ai eu, le droit d'un conseiller de demander un ajout à l'ordre du jour. La loi sur les cités et villes, ainsi que le règlement de régie interne de Dorval sont tous les deux muets à ce sujet. Donc, la Cour supérieure a donc reconnu le droit des conseillers municipaux de demander un ajout à l'ordre du jour d'une séance ordinaire dans la mesure où le sujet est d'intérêt public, a-t-elle précisé.
Est-ce qu'on pourrait avoir un point de clarification, Mme la
Oui, je veux juste être certaine, on a adopté l'ordre du jour. Il y avait un proposant secondaire. Donc, M. Brault, c'est à ce moment-là que vous deviez demander l'ajout.
Mais quand j'ai demandé la procédure,
Oui.
je n'ai aucunement eu cette information-là.
Mais la procédure est exacte, là, sauf que c'est au moment où on adopte l'ordre du jour, c'est à ce moment-là que vous devez demander un ajout.
C'est marqué ici, procédure à suivre pour demander un ajout à l'ordre du jour. Je suis en apprentissage. Procédure à suivre pour demander un ajout à l'ordre du jour d'une séance ordinaire. Il n'y a aucune procédure prescrite dans la loi sur les cités et villes, ni dans notre règlement de régie interne.
Il faudrait lire la continuité aussi.
Mais d'un point de vue pratique, ça c'est pratique, là. Le greffier doit dresser l'ordre du jour et le rendre disponible aux membres du conseil 24 heures avant la tenue. Ça, c'est d'un point de vue pratique et non légal. Il est donc souhaitable, ça c'est vrai, mais là, à la suite de tous les commentaires, j'ai pondu une résolution. Il est donc souhaitable que toute demande d'ajout à l'ordre du jour soit soumise au moins 5 jours. C'est ça, on parle du souhaitable, c'est pas dans la loi, là. D'autant plus que le sujet nécessite sans doute la rédaction d'un projet de résolution qui sera soumis au vote d'un conseil, tout à fait, du conseil. Aussi considérant que la demande d'ajout peut se situer entre le comité plénier et la séance du conseil, il est facilitant que les membres du conseil soient consultés relativement au sujet dont l'ajout est demandé, sans pour autant que ceci soit obligatoire. Donc,
la procédure que j'ai énoncée dans le courriel est exacte, puis elle demeure exacte. La seule chose, c'est qu'il me semble évident qu'au moment où on adopte l'ordre du jour, c'est à ce moment-là que vous devez demander un ajout, puis il doit y avoir un appuyeur pour ajouter le point.
Moi,
donc, à ce moment-là, on ajoute, on adopte...
Je ne suis pas un avocat, puis moi, je lis ce qu'on m'a donné.
Non, je comprends, mais...
nulle part, c'est marqué le temps, c'est marqué procédure à suivre pour demander un ajout à l'ordre du jour d'une séance ordinaire. Il n'y a aucune procédure prescrite dans la loi sur les cités et villes, ni dans notre règlement de régie interne, ni d'un point de vue pratique.
Oui, mais à ce point-ci, on a adopté l'ordre du jour. Il y a eu un proposeur puis un secondaire. Donc, c'est à ce moment-là que vous auriez dû demander l'ajout, parce que là, l'ordre du jour, il a été adopté tel que soumis, tel que je l'ai dressé. Donc,
est-ce que ça, c'est dans la loi?
Bien, on a adopté l'ordre du jour. Il est adopté tel que soumis. C'est à ce moment-là que vous deviez
c'est marqué, il n'y a aucune procédure prescrite dans la loi.
Je pense qu'à ce point-ci, M. Brault, je pense que Mme la greffière a répondu à la question.
C'est bon. Je vais faire mes demandes, puis si c'est ça la loi, je vais m'y soumettre. Je vais juste faire ma proposition dans le domaine public. Non, mais je vais suivre la loi, c'est bien. Si c'est ça la loi, mais moi, j'ai bien demandé c'est quoi la procédure, puis je lis la procédure, puis je suis la procédure.
Est-ce que je peux... je vais demander que le conseil prenne une pause de 5 minutes et je vais parler à Mme la greffière. Merci.
Je ne tiens pas à faire une bataille. Si c'est la procédure, je vais la suivre. Si c'est la loi, je vais la suivre.
Bon, merci. On est retourné à cette séance du conseil du 23 janvier. Après discussion avec Mme la greffière, on va laisser M. Brault faire sa proposition pour expliquer le processus. M. Brault propose. J'imagine qu'il va nous donner, il a besoin de nous donner le sujet de sa proposition. Et après ça, pour qu'il soit ajouté à l'ordre du jour, il a besoin d'un appuyeur. Si on n'a pas d'appuyeur, donc la résolution tombe. Si on a un appuyeur, M. Brault aura besoin de nous donner un texte de sa proposition. S'il n'y a pas un texte, il faudra qu'il soit écrit avec Madame la greffière. Après ça, on va aller à un vote de cette proposition-là. Après le vote, on pourra procéder avec l'ordre du jour. Est-ce que tout le monde comprend la situation? Est-ce que vous avez des questions pour Mme la greffière?
Ben, je vous remercie pour la flexibilité. Je l'aurais fait avant, mais je l'ai fait suite à la période de questions. Alors, c'est ce qui explique que je ne pouvais pas le faire avant. Alors, le sujet, puis je vais le faire en anglais puis en français pour le sujet, puis après ça, ben, je vais essayer de le faire une langue, ça va être plus vite. Alors, sujet, proposal to include the shopping mall sector. In other words, NADAG land, phase 3, 4, 5 in the city consultation, like the mayor announced it at the population. And that was reassuring to myself by telling us that all the large land that has potential to redevelopment and requalification will be in the consultation. And this is to reassure citizens that we heard tonight that there will not be a big 14 or 16-story towers next to their house at the end of this consultation, like it happened on Louise Lamy. Alors, ma proposition, c'est d'inclure le sujet, c'est d'inclure le secteur du centre d'achat d'Orval. Donc, les terrains NADAG, phase 3, 4 et 5 dans le processus de consultation, comme le maire l'a annoncé à la population lors de la séance du conseil du mois de mars, qui était soit d'inclure l'analyse de tous les grands terrains de Dorval possédant un potentiel de redéveloppement et de requalification. Et cela aura pour effet de rassurer la population qu'il n'y aura pas de grandes tours de 16 ou 14 étages à côté de leur maison à la suite de la consultation, comme c'est arrivé à Louise Lamy. Alors, les considérants.
On va juste attendre. Il va falloir voir s'il y a un proposeur. Et s'il y a un proposeur...
Non, mais je ne l'ai pas fait, là, parce que...
On ne l'a pas mis sur l'ordre du jour, M. Brault. Là,
je fais juste le sujet.
Le sujet, et là, je vais demander...
OK, bien, je vais juste préciser d'abord, parce que moi, je ne pensais pas comme ça, parce que la précision, c'était...
M. Brault, est-ce que vous me permettez?
Non,
si je comprends bien...
Non, considering can the council...
Oui,
mais d'abord, je vais faire le sujet autrement, je ne savais pas ça. Can the council consider the feasibility of studying to include the phase 3, 4, 5 of NADAG lands, which is a shopping mall, okay, that is one of the biggest land in Dorval, that has one of the greatest potential for densification and requalification. Alors, je demande seulement de considérer la faisabilité d'étudier la possibilité d'inclure. Donc, on ne s'engage à rien. On fait juste étudier la possibilité. Est-ce que c'est possible de l'inclure? Il n'y a aucun engagement. C'est juste étudier de la part du conseil.
M. Brault, je voudrais juste souligner pour la bonne marche et l'aspect légal, c'est uniquement un titre. Donc, si je comprends bien votre titre, c'est est-ce que les membres du conseil désirent étudier la possibilité d'avoir le terrain des Jardins d'Orval, le centre commercial, dans la consultation que nous avons actuellement? C'est exact.
Je veux juste préciser. Là,
J'aimerais juste oui ou non, parce que nous, on doit noter
exactement.
exactement.
C'est phase 3, 4, 5, comme qui a été mentionné lors de la séance du conseil de mars.
Madame la greffière, est-ce que vous avez bien noté le titre exact?
Non, pas encore.
Madame Sadoun, est-ce que vous avez bien noté le titre exact?
Ben,
Merci. J'aimerais que le maire demande le vote.
Donc, est-ce...
Non.
Non. Monsieur Beau a proposé, et donc, est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui veut appuyer la demande de Monsieur Beau? Dans ce cas-là, sans un appuyeur, la résolution tombe.
Merci, et j'assume, c'est bien. Merci. Merci de m'avoir écouté.
Merci tout le monde pour votre patience. On va aller au point 2.1, approbation du procès verbal de la séance tenue le 12 décembre 2022.
Oui, Monsieur le maire, ce serait d'approuver le procès verbal de la séance du 12 décembre 2022 tel que rédigé.
Merci. 2.2.
Je seconde.
Ah, excuse, oui, c'est vrai. 2.2, dépôt annuel de registre de dons reçus par les élus municipaux pour 2022. C'est un dépôt. Est-ce que vous avez des questions? 2.3, dépôt annuel de rapport sur la gestion contractuelle pour 2022. C'est un dépôt. Avez-vous des questions? 2.4, dépôt du rapport du maire, dépenses jugées nécessaires pour des raisons de force majeure. Travaux assainissement des systèmes de ventilation CCSD. C'est un dépôt. Est-ce que vous avez des questions?
Le rapport
doit il doit être approuvé.
Celui-ci doit être lu, oui.
Il doit être lu.
Est-ce que vous l'avez?
Est-ce que M. Brault peut prêter son micro à...
Oui, non. Il va être tranquille à soir. Excusez. Bon. Le présent rapport vise à décréter une dépense jugée nécessaire pour des raisons de force majeure selon les dispositions de l'article 573.2 de la loi sur les cités et villes qui se lit comme suit. Malgré les articles 573, 573.1, 573.3.0.2, dans un cas de force majeure de nature à mettre en danger la vie ou la santé de la population ou à détériorer sérieusement les équipements municipaux, le maire peut décréter toute dépense qu'il juge nécessaire et octroyer tout contrat nécessaire pour remédier à la situation. Dans ce cas, le maire doit faire un rapport motivé au conseil dès la première assemblée qui suit. Cependant, si la municipalité est dotée d'un comité exécutif et si ce comité siège avant la première séance du conseil qui suit, le maire fait rapport motivé à ce comité. Le rapport du maire est alors déposé au conseil dès la première séance qui suit. Par suite des plaintes d'employés du centre communautaire Sarteau-des-Noyers par rapport à des doutes sur la qualité de l'air au centre Sarteau-des-Noyers, le comité CLSST demandait que l'employeur s'assure que les lieux de travail rencontrent les exigences et les normes au niveau de la qualité de l'air. Une offre de service a été demandée à une firme d'experts conseils pour l'évaluation de la qualité de l'air pulsée par le système CEVAC et une vérification de la contamination fongique. Suivant les évaluations de la salubrité des systèmes de chauffage, de ventilation, de conditionnement d'air CVCA et de système d'évacuation du centre communautaire Sarteau-des-Noyers, il est recommandé de procéder à l'assainissement des systèmes. Comme il y a une présence de moisissures dans certains des systèmes, cette intervention doit être faite le plus rapidement possible afin d'assurer la santé des employés et des usagers du centre communautaire. Les travaux doivent se faire en période d'inoccupation des salles du CSD et nous souhaitons profiter de la période de fermeture des activités des fêtes pour effectuer ces travaux. L'estimation des coûts avec taxes de la firme Justfort était de 45 999 toutes taxes comprises. Une demande de prix sur invitation a été faite par la division de l'approvisionnement sur 3 entrepreneurs qui ont déposé une soumission. L'un d'entre eux s'est désisté. Parmi les 2 autres, l'entreprise Fletnex est celle qui a déposé la plus basse soumission. Les coûts soumis par l'entreprise Fletnex pour effectuer le nettoyage selon les normes et exigences de la firme Justfort s'élèvent à 45 875,3 sous, toutes taxes comprises. La durée estimée des travaux de nettoyage est d'environ 3 semaines, soit 15 jours de travail à 4 travailleurs. Considérant qu'il y a urgence d'agir pour réaliser les travaux de nettoyage des systèmes de ventilation du bâtiment et que la prochaine séance du conseil n'aura lieu que le 23 janvier, nous nous prévalons des dispositions de la loi ci-haut mentionnée pour décréter la présente dépense nécessaire pour des raisons de force majeure afin que les travaux soient effectués rapidement et que nous puissions assurer la qualité de l'air dans les meilleurs délais pour le bénéfice des utilisateurs et des citoyens. Pour ce motif, et sur recommandation du directeur général et du directeur des travaux publics, j'ai autorisé qu'un bon de commande soit émis au fournisseur Fletnex Ventilation. La décision ne découle pas de manœuvre ou de subterfuge visant à contourner les règles d'adjudication de contrat. La décision se fonde sur des raisons de force majeure et de saine administration. C'est signé M. le maire Marc Doré le 14 décembre 2022.
Merci, M. Trudeau. On procède au 3.1, adoption du règlement RCM-7.1.1-2022.
Monsieur le maire, je vais le présenter en anglais cette fois-ci parce que je crois que quand M. Trudeau a fait l'avis de motion le mois passé, c'était en français. So essentially, a few years ago, following the recommendation and what most municipalities across the province did, the council decided to fix their annual salary increase based on the inflation rate. At the time, it was considered best practice. It's what most municipalities did. And then 2022 hit us where the inflation rate skyrocketed. So what the council is, what the notice of motion was for, which we're going to be voting on in a moment for today, is specifically to set a ceiling for that inflation adjustment at 2.25%. So the council salary change will follow inflation, but to a limit of 2.25%, so that in exceptional years like this one, it doesn't jump higher than we felt appropriate. So with that, I'd like to propose that we adopt bylaw RCM 71.1 2022, modifying bylaw RCM 71 2019, related to the payment of elected officials and to set a ceiling for their annual inflation indexation rate as submitted.
I second that.
Thank you. 3.2, adoption du règlement RCM-93-2022.
M'excuse, est-ce que c'est M. Leroux qui a...
Oui.
D'accord.
Oui.
Dans le micro, le son est différent.
Donc, j'ai besoin de quelqu'un de lire.
Monsieur le maire, je propose d'adopter le règlement RCM-93-2022 sur la tarification des services municipaux pour l'exercice financier 2023.
Juste pour peut-être préciser, j'appuie et juste pour, voulez-vous le préciser? Non, juste pour préciser, c'est quelques petites modifications à nos tarifications de services, en particulier liées avec certains services pour des promoteurs avec l'urbanisme et la location de la salle à l'Arena Edgar Rouleau qui n'existait pas dans le passé.
Merci.
Je m'excuse, j'aimerais apporter une petite... les mots me manquent à cette heure-là. Une précision, merci. Ce n'est pas un coût pour les promoteurs, mais plutôt les coûts des permis pour les permis qui s'adressent aux plus gros bâtiments et non les maisons unifamiliales, cabanons, piscines, clôtures, etc.
On a un appuyeur, M. Van Oort, je pas. 3.3, règlement de délégation, dépôt de rapport de décision délégué. Des questions? 3.4, avis de motion et adoption d'un projet de règlement RCM-95-2023 relatif à l'imposition d'une contribution destinée à financer toutes ou en partie des dépenses liées à l'ajout, agrandissement et modification d'infrastructures ou équipements municipaux.
Je propose, Monsieur le maire, de donner avis de motion à l'effet de proposer l'adoption à une séance ultérieure du Conseil du règlement RCM-95-2023 relatif à l'imposition d'une contribution destinée à financer en tout ou en partie des dépenses liées à l'ajout, l'agrandissement ou la modification d'infrastructures ou d'équipements municipaux et que je dépose le dit projet de règlement.
Merci. Un appuyeur? C'est un avis.
Oui.
Merci.
Il faut adopter le projet.
Il faut l'adopter aujourd'hui?
Oui.
Et avis de motion et adoption.
C'est un règlement qui découle de la loi de l'aménagement.
Ah oui, parce qu'il y a une consultation publique. Ben, je propose dans ce cas-là.
Merci.
Vous appuyez. Okay. Merci.
4.1, renouvellement de l'entente avec ADM, location d'un site pour station de mesure de bruit de RO9.
Oui, Monsieur le maire, ce serait pour autoriser le renouvellement de l'entente avec ADM D283-7-6005 intervenu entre la Cité de Dorval et l'aéroport de Montréal le 4 décembre 1997 pour la location d'un site pour l'installation d'un système destiné à mesurer les niveaux du son de l'aéronef sur la toiture de l'Aréna Edgar Rouleau pour la période du 1er janvier 2023 au 31 décembre 2027 pour un loyer annuel de 500 $, toutes taxes comprises, par année, indexable annuel selon le IPC jusqu'à une concurrence d'un pourcentage maximum de 3 % par année, selon les termes et conditions apparaissant au projet d'entente jointe au présent dossier décisionnel, ou tout autre terme et condition qui sera jugé dans l'intérêt de la Cité de Dorval, et d'autoriser le maire et la greffière à signer pour et au nom de la Cité tout document requis pour donner effet à la présente résolution.
J'appuie.
Merci. 4.2, renouvellement du programme d'assistance des OSBL pour un terme de 2022-2023.
Mr. Mayor, I propose, as we do each year, that we authorize the issuing of a purchase order to BFL Canada Risk and Insurance, Inc. to provide insurance coverage for the 33 eligible not-for-profit organizations listed within the insurance program for not-for-profit organizations for the 2022-2023 year for a total amount of $454.69 per not-for-profit organization, for a total of $15,004.77, all taxes included. And then we also issue a reimbursement based on a similar calculation to the Dorval Ladies Hockey Association, l'Association féminine de hockey de Dorval, and to the Dorval Old Timers, anciens hockeyeurs de Dorval, for an amount not to exceed $909.38, all taxes included, for the same 2022-2023 term.
I second that.
Merci. 4.3, service d'arpenteur géomètre pour 2022. Dépenses additionnelles.
Je propose, Monsieur le maire, d'approuver un montant additionnel de 6 358,50 $, toutes taxes comprises, au montant de commande de 6 000 $ émis en janvier 2022 à M. Benoît Péloquin, c'est ça, Arpenteur Géomètre Inc., pour couvrir le coût du certificat de localisation du 1850 IMUS, le tout pour un montant total de 12 358,50 $, toutes taxes comprises, pour 2022.
Seconde, Monsieur le maire.
Merci.
Si je peux rajouter, je crois que c'était pour le poteau de lumière, de circulation.
Des sources. 4.4, collecte et transport de matières recyclables pour 2022, travaux supplémentaires.
Je propose, Monsieur le maire, d'approuver un montant supplémentaire de 20 711,68, toutes taxes comprises, à la commande numéro 33458 pour le paiement de la facture 40930, le tout totalisant un montant de 401 849,02, toutes taxes comprises, pour des services de collecte et transport des matières secondaires récupérables pour l'année 2022.
J'appuie et je préciserai juste parce qu'on a été demandé plus tôt ce soir pourquoi il y a des ajouts à des contrats. Ceci, c'est un projet qui a été ajouté pour mieux ramasser des matières recyclables dans certains quartiers où dans le passé, on ne le faisait pas.
Merci, M. Von Roertz.
Je peux ajouter quelque chose?
Allez-y.
Oui. Parce qu'il y a aussi, il n'y a pas de virement budgétaire qui est requis parce que le budget était suffisant pour la dépense.
M. Trudeau est contre. 4.5, remplacement de la transmission de la souffleuse numéro 57.
Oui, Monsieur le maire, ce serait pour autoriser l'émission d'un bon de commande pour l'acquisition d'une transmission réusinée chez l'entreprise Velt Inc. au montant global de 18 624,60 toutes taxes comprises, pour la souffleuse numéro 57, conformément à sa soumission du 9 décembre 2022.
J'appuie.
Merci. Participation, c'est 4.6, participation de la Cité de Dorval au programme de rénovation Québec pour 2023-2024, reconduction du volet 6, Maison Lézardée.
Je propose, Monsieur le maire, que la Cité de Dorval demande à la SHQ de participer au programme Rénovation Québec 2023-2024, volet Maison Lézardée, de confirmer à la SHQ la volonté de la Cité de Dorval de participer au programme Rénovation Québec pour un montant de 100 000 partagé à part égale entre la Cité et la société. D'autoriser la directrice du service de l'aménagement urbain à signer pour et au nom de la Cité de Dorval tout document administratif découlant de l'entente à intervenir avec la SHQ, ainsi que d'autoriser le maire et la greffière à signer pour et au nom de la Cité de Dorval l'entente relative à la gestion du programme avec la SHQ et tout autre document officiel donnant effet à la présente résolution.
J'appuie, Monsieur le maire.
Merci. 4.7, service professionnel pour la conception d'un skatepark.
Monsieur le maire, je propose de retenir les services professionnels de l'Association Skatepark Montréal pour des services d'accompagnement dans les phases de conception de nouveaux skateparks, le tout pour un montant global de 34 492,50 toutes taxes comprises, conformément à son offre de service du 21 décembre 2022.
Un appuyeur.
J'appuie.
Merci. 4.8, réparation et remplacement de céramique au périmètre des bassins de complexe aquatique et sportif d'Orval.
Je propose d'autoriser le paiement des factures à l'entreprise Opsis Gestion d'infrastructure Inc. au montant de 18 930 toutes taxes comprises, pour les travaux réalisés à ce jour au complexe aquatique et sportif d'Orval et d'autoriser les travaux correctifs pour les sections non encore corrigées pour un montant ne dépassant pas 15 000 toutes taxes comprises.
J'appuie, Monsieur le maire.
Merci. 4.9, renouvellement de la couverture d'assurance automobile pour 2023.
Je propose, Monsieur le maire, d'autoriser le paiement à la Capitale Assurance Générale Inc. de la somme de 27 508,33, toutes taxes comprises, pour la couverture d'assurance automobile de la Cité pour la période du 1er janvier 2023 au 1er janvier 2024, plus un montant d'ajustement de 606,04 pour 2022, pour un montant global de 28 114,37, toutes taxes comprises.
J'appuie.
Merci. 4.10, service de fourniture, d'entretien et de gestion de bacs roulants, de recyclage et de matières organiques pour 12 mois.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We to issue a purchase order to USD Global, Inc. for the demand and service of maintenance, supply, delivery, storage, and management of wheel bins on the territory of the city of Dorval, for the amount not exceeding $135,000, including taxes, for the period from February 1st, 2023 to January 31st, 2024, in accordance with the December 2022 service offer.
I second the motion.
Merci. 4.11, allocation budgétaire pour des travaux de remplacement d'équipements complexes aquatifs et sportifs d'Orval.
Je propose, Monsieur le maire, d'autoriser un montant de 200 000 toutes taxes comprises, au contrat octroyé à l'entreprise Apsis Gestion d'infrastructure Inc. pour des travaux de remplacement d'équipements désuets pouvant être requis au complexe aquatif et sportif de Dorval au cours de l'année 2023. Ceci dans le but de maintenir en bon état un équipement de la ville important.
J'appuie, Monsieur le maire.
Merci. 4.12.
M'excuse, pour les assurances automobiles, c'était qui les proposeurs appuyeurs?
C'est M. Trudeau et moi. Moi, j'ai proposé.
OK. Pour le suivant, c'était le message en français.
Oui, c'est ça.
OK, merci.
On continue. 4.12, service d'assistance juridique pour 2023.
Monsieur le maire, je propose d'autoriser l'émission de bons de commande ouvertes au cabinet d'avocats suivants pour des services d'assistance juridique spécialisés et les représentations devant les tribunaux pour 2023. Précisément, cabinet Bélanger Sauvé SEN CRL pour un montant ne dépassant pas 60 000 toutes taxes comprises. Cabinet Fasken Martineau Dumoulin SEN CRL SRL pour un montant ne dépassant pas 190 000 répartis comme suit, 20 000 pour le service des affaires publiques et du greffe et 170 000 pour la division des ressources humaines. Et finalement, un montant de 22 000 toutes taxes comprises à être réparti entre les divers cabinets suivants: cabinet Burel Avocate, cabinet DHC Avocate Inc., cabinet Langlois SEN CRL, cabinet Robinson, Shepard, Shapiro Avocat.
J'appuie.
J'ai encore, excusez-moi.
Moi et Mme Duchâtel.
Oui, ça va. Pour le complexe aquatique, l'allocation budgétaire, travaux de remplacement.
C'est moi qui ai proposé.
Jean-François, OK.
Je pense que c'est Nicole qui a proposé. Ah, c'est bon.
Je m'excuse, j'ai corrigé quelque chose dans une résolution, puis j'ai perdu le fil. Je m'excuse.
On a un appuyeur pour 4.12.
J'avais appuyé. 4.12, je l'avais appuyé.
Ouais.
OK. 4.13, service professionnel en architecture de paysagisme. Projet de réaménagement du parc Saint-Charles. Phase 1.
Je propose, Monsieur le maire, d'autoriser l'augmentation du contrat, là c'est mal phrasé, du contrat octroyé à service EXP Inc. pour un montant ne dépensant pas 36 217 $ et 13 sous, toutes taxes comprises.
J'appuie, Monsieur le maire.
Merci.
C'est moi qui disais 2 fois le contrat.
J'irai pas corriger. Je vais le faire plus tard. Non, c'est parce que quand je corrige, je perds le fil.
4.14, service annuel d'apiculture urbaine.
Oui, Monsieur le maire, ça serait pour autoriser l'émission d'une commande de 15 276 $ et 74 sous, toutes taxes comprises, à l'entreprise Ovolé Montréal Inc. pour le service d'installation et d'entretien de ruches urbaines.
J'appuie.
Puis je pourrais rajouter qu'il y a un beau programme qui vient avec ça, où il va y avoir des sessions pour des citoyens, comme ils ont fait les années précédentes.
Ouais, ça inclut des ateliers, des pots de miel. On est vraiment content avec le service qu'ils nous offrent.
Merci. 4.15, service professionnel, aménagement d'un parc situé à l'intersection du chemin du bas du lac Lakeshore et l'avenue Cloverdale.
Mr. Mayor, I propose that we authorize increasing the mandate awarded to Karin Architect Paysagiste KAP for an amount not exceeding $10,520.21, all taxes included.
I second that.
Merci. 4.16, entretien annuel du logiciel SIGB de la bibliothèque pour 2023.
Je propose d'autoriser le paiement à l'entreprise Axiel ALM Canada des frais d'entretien annuels du logiciel SIGB de la bibliothèque pour la période du 22 janvier. Oh, je viens de perdre
23.
le fil. Oui, excusez-moi. 22 janvier 2023 au 21 janvier 2024, au montant global de 23 244,65 $, toutes taxes comprises, conformément à la facture 104213.
J'appuie.
4.16, excuse.
4.17.
Service de web diffusion de séance du conseil pour 2023.
Je propose, Monsieur le maire, d'autoriser l'émission de bons de commande à l'entreprise Coop de solidarité Web TV pour des services de web diffusion de séances du conseil, incluant les services d'un technicien caméraman, la fourniture des équipements requis et l'hébergement des archives sonores pour 13 séances du conseil au montant de 18 683,43 $, toutes taxes comprises, conformément à son offre de service du 11 janvier 2023, et d'autoriser un montant additionnel de 1 500 $ plus taxes pour des équipements additionnels requis sur demande, le tout pour un montant global de 20 408,06 $, toutes taxes comprises.
J'appuie.
Bonne chose, sinon tu perds ton micro.
C'est ça, hein?
Merci. 4.18, service professionnel pour 2023, programme parents soutien et ado plus.
Je propose d'autoriser l'émission de 3 bons de commande pour un montant total de 56 700 $ à être répartis entre les fournisseurs M. Philippe Terrien, Mme Zara Madavji et Mme Ophélia Benyarano.
Je seconde, Monsieur le maire.
Merci. 4.19, autorisation de paiement de droits de licence à la SOCAN.
Je propose, M. le maire, d'autoriser le paiement de 16 370,07 $, toutes taxes comprises, à la SOCAN pour les droits de licence 2022, en vertu des tarifs applicables à l'annexe A, jointe au dossier décisionnel 2023-01-012617.
J'appuie.
Juste pour indiquer, là, c'était vraiment la facture 2022 qui était payante. Puis la liste des événements n'est pas actualisée, mais c'est basé sur le même nombre d'événements. Ça va être actualisé en 2023.
4.20, service d'entretien et de réparation des installations de plomberie dans les bâtiments municipaux.
Oui, Monsieur le maire, c'est pour autoriser l'augmentation du contrat TP 2021-27 octroyé à l'entreprise Avtech Inc. pour un montant ne dépassant pas 38 239,54 $, toutes taxes comprises pour 2022.
J'appuie, Monsieur le maire.
Merci. 2021, service d'impression de publication, renouvellement 2023.
Je propose, Monsieur le maire, d'autoriser le renouvellement pour une seule année d'option du contrat AG 2022-01 accordé à l'entreprise Accès Impression Inc. pour des services d'impression des communiqués du maire, des brochures culturelles, des brochures de la culture et bibliothèques et des calendriers d'été pour 2023 au montant de 53 518,33 $, toutes taxes comprises, incluant l'IPC.
J'appuie.
Merci. 4.22, renouvellement de la couverture d'assurance responsabilité civile des fiduciaires et régime de retraite des employés de la Cité de Dorval.
Je propose, Monsieur le maire, d'autoriser le paiement de la facture de Lucie et Dale Parizeau au montant de 14 431,60 $ pour l'assurance responsabilité des fiduciaires du régime de retraite des employés de Dorval, et que la Cité de Dorval accepte, le cas échéant, de défrayer toute franchise applicable à cette jusqu'à concurrence d'un montant de 1 000 $ par événement, suite à la condamnation d'un ou des membres du comité de retraite agissant à titre de fiduciaire de ce dernier. De même que l'excédent de tout frais non couverts pour l'assureur en lien avec un tel événement.
J'appuie.
Merci. 4.23, autorisation d'une signature d'un acte de servitude entre la Cité de Dorval et le Collège Sainte-Anne.
Monsieur le maire, je propose d'autoriser le maire et la greffière à signer pour et au nom de la Cité de Dorval un acte de servitude et de reconnaissance du droit de propriété à intervenir entre la Cité de Dorval et le Collège Sainte-Anne sur le lot numéro 4961204 du Cadastre du Québec, circonscription de Montréal, le tout selon les termes et conditions apparaissant au projet d'acte de servitude joint au présent dossier décisionnel ou tout autre terme et condition qui sera jugé dans l'intérêt de la cité, et d'autoriser le maire et la greffière à signer pour et au nom de la cité de Dorval tout autre document requis pour donner effet à la présente résolution.
J'appuie, Monsieur le maire.
Merci. 4.24, services professionnels pour les évaluations du potentiel du coaching et de développement organisationnel pour 2023.
Je propose, Monsieur le maire, d'autoriser l'émission d'une bon de commande ne dépensant pas 25 000 toute taxe comprise à groupe SCE pour des services et des mandats d'évaluation de potentiel de coaching et de développement organisationnel pour 2023.
Je seconde.
Merci. 4.25, fourniture d'une nouvelle structure, d'une toile de recouvrement et des rideaux pour les terrasses du salon A et B du centre communautaire Sarto-Desnoyers.
Je propose d'autoriser une commande d'achat à l'entreprise Auvent Multiple pour la fourniture d'une nouvelle structure, un nouvel auvent et des rideaux de terrasse pour les salons A et B du centre communautaire Sarto-Desnoyers pour un montant de 45 070 et 20 sous, toutes taxes comprises.
J'appuie, Monsieur le maire.
Merci. 4.26, renouvellement de l'adhésion de la mutuelle de prévention Nova SST.
Monsieur le maire, je propose d'autoriser le renouvellement de notre adhésion à la mutuelle de prévention Nova SST au montant de 43 802,81, toutes taxes comprises, et aussi d'autoriser l'attribution d'une enveloppe additionnelle de 6 000 pour les visites de prévention pour la période 2022 et 2023.
J'appuie.
Merci. 4.27, correction à la résolution CM 2212551, location de machinerie lourde pour 2023.
Est-ce que je lis au complet ou...
Que la résolution.
Oui.
CMM.
OK. Je propose que la résolution CM 2212551 soit modifiée en remplaçant le cinquième attendu par la phrase suivante. Attendu que le contrat comprend un ajustement de prix selon l'indice des prix à la consommation et que le premier paragraphe de la décision soit modifié ainsi pour ajouter la mention de l'IPC. Autoriser l'émission d'un bon de commande à l'entreprise Roxboro Excavation Inc., seul soumissionnaire ayant déposé une soumission, laquelle est conforme pour l'allocation de machinerie lourde pour 2023 au montant global de 201 809,87 sous, toutes taxes comprises, plus ajustement selon l'IPC, conformément à sa soumission ouverte le 28 novembre 2022.
J'appuie.
Merci. 2028, fourniture de divers équipements, mise à jour du parc informatique.
Je propose, Monsieur le maire, d'autoriser une commande d'achat aux fournisseurs autorisés à travers du CAG, donc le Centre d'acquisition gouvernementale, pour la fourniture du matériel informatique au montant de 159 243,11 sous, toutes taxes comprises.
J'appuie, Monsieur le maire.
Merci. Section de finances et administration 5.1, dépôt de la liste de dépenses autorisées. Avez-vous des questions?
Oui, j'ai une question, Monsieur le maire.
Allez-y.
Attendez un petit peu, je vais juste la formuler. Je me pose des questions sur... c'est ça que je cherche, j'ai de la difficulté à le trouver. Ça ne sera pas long. OK. Sur la dépense de les grands succès de Patty-Galant au montant de 4 162 $ pour une institution que j'adore dans mon quartier, le foyer Donalda Boyer. Alors, je me demande comment on fait la demande pour que tous les organismes puissent avoir un montant de 4 162 $ pour que ça soit équitable et transparent.
On revient. Est-ce que...
Ben, Moi, je trouve ça très, très bien, mais je me questionne. C'est quand même 4 000 et je n'étais pas au courant. Puis je n'étais même pas invité et vous étiez invité. Alors, deuxième question, c'est comment faire pour être invité à un événement culturel qui se produit dans mon district et dont je suis le conseiller municipal et j'en ai aucune idée. Alors, ça, c'est ma deuxième question. Est-ce qu'il pourrait y avoir une façon que le conseiller puisse avoir accès à cette information-là dorénavant, quand il y a des événements sur son district, ben, il faudrait peut-être qu'il soit au courant.
On va vous donner des réponses à vos deux questions pour demain.
Ben, j'aurais aimé ça savoir pourquoi vous étiez au courant, puis moi, je n'étais pas au courant.
Moi, c'était une subvention qui a été donnée par le département de culture au foyer Donald Boyer. Et l'administration de Donald Boyer m'a invité à participer à un événement, pas différent que différents groupes communautaires me demandent à participer à leurs événements. Par exemple, le groupe de Madame de Sainte-Véronica m'a invité à leur événement de Noël.
Oui, mais quand ça fait partie du programme événement culturel de la ville de Dorval, je pense que la moindre des choses, c'est que l'invitation, je suis sûr qu'il y a beaucoup d'invitations qui ont été lancées. La moindre des choses, c'est que le conseiller municipal du district 2 soit invité. Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez? Par respect.
Je pense qu'on a répondu à la question, M. Brault, et votre point. Et je suis souvent invité à différentes associations alentour de la ville. Et c'est très normal pour un maire d'aller.
Non, mais c'est pas ça qui est ma question. C'est parce qu'on subventionne 4 162 quand un organisme, que ce soit une école ou quoi, je comprends, mais quand c'est qui a fait la demande, si c'est les programmes événements culturels, ben, il faudrait bien que le conseiller le sache.
M. Brault, je ne suis pas qui a fait la demande. C'était pas dans mes juridictions. Je sais tout simplement qu'il y a une demande qui a été faite par le foyer envers le département de culture. Ils ont donné une subvention.
D'accord, merci.
Merci. 5.2, approbation de virement budgétaire.
Monsieur le maire, je vous demande d'autoriser les virements au poste budgétaire tel qu'il est décrit au dossier décisionnel 2023-01-01276, lesquels cette série de virements sont toutes pour l'exercice 2022 au montant total de 325 282,10. Et en passant, c'est évident que les prochains mois, nous risquons d'avoir encore des virements pour l'exercice 2022 et espérant ne pas avoir de virement pour l'exercice 2023 avant avril ou mai.
Merci.
J'appuie.
Monsieur Trudeau.
J'appuie, Monsieur le maire.
5.3, dons et subscriptions, s'il vous plaît.
Je propose d'autoriser une assistance financière pour un don aux organismes suivants: Amis de la santé mentale, Friends of Mental Health, au montant de 800 à imputer au poste budgétaire 02 190 00996, ainsi qu'AMCAL, Family Services, au montant de 400 à imputer au poste budgétaire 02 190 00996.
Merci. On a
J'appuie.
un secondaire, oui. Des groupes très importants dans notre communauté. Merci. 4.5, autorisation d'une aide financière au musée historique et le patrimoine de Dorval.
Oui, Monsieur le maire, c'est pour accorder une subvention de 42 210 au musée Histoire et le patrimoine de Dorval pour couvrir une partie des coûts d'embauche d'une ressource humaine à temps plein complet qui n'est pas couvert par les subventions reçues du Patrimoine Canada. Si je pourrais aussi rajouter là-dessus que la jeune fille qu'on l'a engagée, OK, elle travaille beaucoup avec les écoles pour amener les groupes à venir visiter notre musée. Vraiment, elle fait un bon ouvrage. dans son domaine.
Je demanderai la parole.
Oui.
Je tiens à corroborer vos dires parce que mes enfants ont fait des activités au musée et c'est vraiment un musée fantastique. Mais je me demande la question, c'est un organisme à but non lucratif, sûrement?
Oui, monsieur.
Oui. Et comment on fait pour être... Parce que là, il y a beaucoup de personnes qui ce sont des anciens ou des personnes, des anciens conseillers. Comment on fait pour être sur le conseil d'administration? Puis deux, est-ce qu'il y a, peut-être Mme Bilodeau pourrait me répondre, je ne voudrais pas qu'il y ait un conflit d'intérêts. Si on vote de donner de l'argent à un organisme but non lucratif, est-ce qu'on peut être sur le conseil d'administration? Comprends-tu ma question?
Si on est sur le conseil d'administration,
ouais, c'est ça. Faudrait se retirer. Donc, Bob Lesage, Michel Hébert, ben ça, c'est un ancien conseiller. Marc Doré, Claudette, Margot Héron, c'est une ancienne conseillère. Ça, les conseillers et le maire ne devraient pas voter.
Question.
Est-ce que c'est ça?
Question. Comment est-ce que ça c'est différent du golf quand nous, on approuve des dépenses pour le golf qui est paramunicipal, tandis qu'on siège tous sur le conseil du golf?
Je vais vérifier la question demain, là, mais c'est une bonne question. Idéalement, le conseiller qui siège sur un conseil d'administration s'abstient de voter. Mais évidemment, pour le golf, ça serait problématique, là. Je vais vérifier la question demain.
Est-ce que c'est des paramunicipaux? C'est des OSBL
le musée,
sous le périmètre comptable de la ville.
De la ville, oui.
Et donc, les conseillers de la ville, et Mme Bilodeau va vérifier, mais je crois que les conseillers, on doit être sur le conseil d'administration et le maire est le président.
Je souhaiterais qu'on cesse la discussion, on vérifie exactement parce qu'on lance beaucoup d'idées. J'aimerais qu'on aille, que Mme la greffière nous réponde dans un rapport écrit.
Merci.
5.5, honoraire de l'UMQ et code-part annuel au fond de...
Excuse-moi, Mme Pilote. Oui, je secondé.
Excuse.
Je vais seconder.
On va recommencer 5.5, honoraire de l'UMQ et code-part annuel de fonds de garantie d'assurance générale.
Je propose, M. le maire, d'autoriser le paiement à l'Union municipale du Québec, l'UMQ, de la somme de 64 720,94 $, toute taxe comprise, représentant la quote-part de la Cité de Dorval au Fonds de garantie du regroupement d'assurance des dommages des municipalités reconstituées de l'île de Montréal, ainsi que sa contribution aux honoraires payables à l'UMQ pour les services de gestion du portefeuille d'assurance pour et au nom du regroupement des municipalités de l'île de Montréal.
Merci.
J'appuie.
Merci. 5.6, modification de l'ordre d'ouverture de la bibliothèque de Dorval à compter du 17 juin 2023. Répondez pas vite, là.
Oh boy. Malgré l'heure que c'est 23 heures du soir, là, je m'excite. Parce que ça fait des années qu'on essaie de se rendre à ce point. Donc, ça me donne beaucoup de joie de mentionner que, attendu que la Cité de Dorval désire offrir à la population une meilleure accessibilité à la culture et à la bibliothèque de façon à s'adapter davantage au style de vie varié des citoyens, whereas an analysis of recommendations was deposited with regards to offering a higher quality of service and additional hours that are equivalent or comparable to neighboring libraries during the summer season, attendu que la Cité de Dorval confirme son désir de rendre sa bibliothèque davantage accessible et de la maintenir ouverte durant les week-ends en été, I propose that we authorize the Leisure and Culture Service to modify the library hours, the Dorval Municipal Library hours, as of June 17th, 2023, which is when historically it would have closed during weekends, in the following manner, such that Mondays to Fridays, the hours be 10 a.m. to 9 p.m., et que samedi et dimanche, ça demeure ouvert de 10h à 17h.
Je seconde.
Merci. 5.7, autorisation d'une aide financière, fonds d'aide et de soutien aux citoyens et citoyennes de Dorval.
Je propose, M. le maire, d'autoriser une assistance financière dans le cadre du programme créé par le Fonds d'aide et de soutien aux citoyens et citoyennes de Dorval aux personnes qui suivent. Mathias Guénette, subvention au montant de 3 800 $ à imputer au poste budgétaire 02 701 29 996. Jonah Bergeron, subvention au montant de 1 500 $ à imputer au poste budgétaire de 02 701 Est-ce que ce serait 57, Madame la greffière? Ça, j'ai 5 points d'interrogation. 996 et Marek Simon Ramilisson. Subvention au montant de 5 000 imputée au poste budgétaire 02 701 39 996. Le tout financé par une affectation du Fonds d'aide et de soutien aux citoyens et citoyennes de Dorval.
J'appuie.
Merci.
Je vais vérifier le poste budgétaire. Oui, moi aussi.
5.8.
On va vérifier demain.
Oui. 5.8, autorisation de demander une subvention dans le cadre du programme PRA-CIM pour la construction d'un nouveau bâtiment.
Oui, Monsieur le maire, je propose que le conseil municipal autorise le service des travaux publics à lancer un appel d'offres pour la réalisation d'une étude de vétusté du bâtiment et du site opérationnel actuel, que le conseil municipal autorise le dépôt d'une demande d'aide financière auprès du ministère des Affaires municipales et de l'habitation dans le cadre du programme d'amélioration et de construction d'infrastructures municipales, PRA-CIM, que la Cité d'Orval confirme avoir pris connaissance du guide du PRA-CIM et qu'elle s'engage à respecter toutes les conditions qui s'appliquent à elle, que la Cité d'Orval s'engage, si elle obtient une aide financière pour son projet, à payer sa part des coûts admissibles à celui-ci, ainsi que les coûts d'exploitation continue et d'entretien du bâtiment subventionné, que la Cité de Dorval confirme, si elle obtient une aide financière pour son projet, qu'elle assumera tous les coûts non admissibles au PRA-CIM associés à son projet, y compris tout dépassement de coûts, et que le conseil municipal autorise le directeur des travaux publics à signer tout document donnant effet à la présente résolution.
J'appuie.
Merci. 5.9, programme de subvention pour les maisons lézardées. 313 Cercle Parkwood.
Oui, Monsieur le maire, ce serait pour autoriser l'émission d'un paiement de 12 500 $ au propriétaire du 313 Circle Parkwood pour des travaux effectués dans le cadre du programme des maisons lézardées, dont 6 250 $ au montant financier par la Cité de Dorval.
J'appuie.
Merci. 5.10, programme de subvention pour maisons lézardées, 591 Avenue Westwood.
Je propose, Monsieur le maire, d'autoriser l'émission d'un paiement de 12 500 $ au propriétaire du 591 Avenue Westwood pour des travaux effectués dans le cadre du programme de subvention des maisons lézardées, dont 6 250 $ et le montant financé par la Cité de Dorval.
J'appuie, Monsieur le maire.
Merci. 6.1, dépôt de procès verbal du comité consultatif d'urbanisme du 9 janvier 2023. Est-ce que vous avez des questions? 6.2, dépôt de rapport comparatif de liste de permis décembre 2022. Des questions? Plan d'implantation et d'intégration architecturelle, recommandation du comité consultatif d'urbanisme du 9 janvier 2023. On a le 235 Avenue Clément, le 145 Cercle Nicole et 1810 Avenue Windermere.
Oui, Monsieur le maire, ce serait pour approuver les recommandations du comité consultatif urbaniste telles que soumis en ce qui traite de le projet suivant. Projet de construction d'une habitation unifamiliale au 235 Avenue Clément, recommandé majoritairement. Projet d'agrandissement d'une habitation unifamiliale du 145 Circle McNichols, recommandé majoritairement. Projet d'agrandissement d'une habitation unifamiliale au 1810 Avenue Windermere, non recommandé.
Avant qu'il y ait un secondaire qui se prononce, Monsieur le maire, je voudrais que Mme la greffière prenne note que concernant l'agrandissement de l'habitation unifamiliale du 145 McNichols Circle, je suis en désaccord et je vote contre.
Merci, M. Trudeau. Est-ce qu'on a d'autres personnes qui aimeraient enregistrer leur vote?
Je suis secondaire.
Je vote contre comme M. Trudeau. Et pour le McNichol, comme quoi. Comme M. Trudeau.
J'aimerais juste comprendre la réponse de M. Ron Voretz. Quand vous dites vous secondez la réponse de M. Trudeau?
Non,
Ou vous secondez? Donc, 2 contre, le reste pour, si je comprends bien, pour la greffière?
Oui, donc le conseiller Trudeau, conseiller Beau, vous votez contre la recommandation. Seulement jusqu'à 45. Oui, la recommandation favorable du CCU, vous êtes contre la recommandation favorable. Ça va, merci.
Merci. 7.1, maintien de statut bilingue de la cité d'Orval.
You want to do? This is a big deal. Go for it. Au moins après le vote, mais si vous voulez faire le préambule.
Il y a eu beaucoup de discussions par rapport à cela et nous sommes très fiers aujourd'hui de proposer que le Conseil de la cité d'Orval confirme par la présente résolution son désir que soit maintenue la reconnaissance du statut bilingue de la cité d'Orval, que cette résolution soit transmise à l'Office québécoise de la langue française conformément à l'article 29.2 de la Charte de la langue française, tel que modifié par la loi sur la langue officielle et commune du Québec, le français, et que cette résolution soit également transmise au premier ministre du Québec, M. François Legault, au ministre responsable de la langue française, M. Jean-François Roberge, ministre des Affaires municipales et de l'Habitation, Mme André Laforêt, député de l'Assemblée nationale de Marquette, M. Enrico Ciccone.
J'appuie.
Merci beaucoup. Oui.
J'aimerais ajouter qu'on a demandé au service d'envoyer ces résolutions-là, les copies des résolutions aux 4 personnes mentionnées en courrier recommandé, pour s'assurer de la réception de ce dernier et protéger nos droits.
Merci. Merci. Monsieur Hulot. 7.2, journée belle cause pour la cause santé mentale. Si vous voulez.
Oui. Alors, je vais profiter de la tribune qui m'est offerte pour aujourd'hui pour vous parler du sentiment d'appartenance qui m'habite lorsqu'on parle de l'importance de l'éducation dans notre société. Un vieux proverbe africain nous dit que ça prend un village pour élever un enfant. Donc, du 13... Ah, excuse-moi, je pensais qu'on était sur les journées de persévérance. Oh, désolé. Ben, je vais faire... Est-ce que je peux faire continuer sa persévérance?
Non, il faut le faire en ordre, mais fais les deux.
Et là, je fais quoi?
Juste lire la proposition de Belcos sur la cause qu'elle a.
Tiens, je te le laisse, parce que là, sans ça, je vais tout mélanger. Mais...
OK. Excusez. Monsieur le maire, je propose que le conseil municipal de la municipalité de la cité d'Orval exprime le souhait de contribuer à créer un changement positif pour les Canadiens aux prises avec une maladie mentale et invite la population d'Orvaloise à se joindre à la journée belle cause pour la cause en témoignant son soutien à tous ceux qui vivent avec une maladie mentale et ceux qui leur viennent en aide.
J'appuie.
Merci. Monsieur Gros, 7.3.
Prise 2. Journée de la persévérance scolaire. Alors, je vais profiter de la tribune qui m'est offerte aujourd'hui pour vous parler d'un sentiment d'appartenance qui m'habite lorsqu'on parle d'éducation. Nous avons des éducateurs autour de la table. Alors, un vieux proverbe africain nous dit que ça prend un village pour élever un enfant. Et du 13 au 17 février 2023, les jeunes et les moins jeunes de Dorval seront à l'honneur dans le cadre des journées de la persévérance scolaire. Reconnaître la motivation, la résilience, la confiance en soi de chaque jeune, c'est saluer l'engagement de nos jeunes à faire de la persévérance scolaire sa priorité. From February 13 to 17, 2023, Dorval Youth will be honored during Journée de la persévérance scolaire, recognizing the motivation, the resilience, self-confidence of each young person. We salute the commitment of our youth to making our school their priority.
Yes.
Non, je veux juste... Alors, je propose, Monsieur le maire, to proclaim the week February 13 to 17, 2023 as the week of persévérance scolaire in our city et d'exprimer unanimement et publiquement la solidarité et le soutien envers les jeunes envers tous les intervenants du réseau de l'éducation. Alors, merci à tous les professeurs et tous ceux qui travaillent avec nos jeunes pour la persévérance scolaire.
La dernière paragraphe qui m'a resté.
Je propose d'appuyer la campagne de persévérance scolaire. Je ne l'ai pas marqué.
Sur la thématique, l'importance de l'encourage, nos gestes, un plus pour la réussite et d'inviter les élus à y participer.
J'appuie.
C'est bien.
Jean-François. Merci. 8.1, nomination au poste de directeur de génie.
Monsieur le Maire, I'd like to authorize the appointment of Mr. Jad Kadi to the post of Director of Engineering as of January 1st, 2023.
I second.
Merci. 8.2, confirmation de permanence, superviseur en menuiserie, peinture et entretien des équipements collectifs.
Je propose d'autoriser la nomination permanente de M. Éric Lavoie au poste de superviseur menuiserie, peinture et des équipements collectifs, service des travaux publics, division menuiserie et peinture, à compter du 12 janvier 2023.
Merci.
J'appuie.
Merci. 8.3, ratification d'un acte de départ.
Je propose, Monsieur le maire, de ratifier l'entente intervenue le 11 janvier 2023 avec l'employé portant le numéro 243.
Merci.
J'appuie.
Juste un instant, l'appuyeur pour la permanence de M. Lavoie.
Oui, les deux temps.
D'accord. OK. L'entente à 8.3.
Oui, deux fois. L'entente, c'est qu'on propose, c'est la première fois qu'il a vu.
Merci. Il y a des fautes dans les auditions, je corrige.
10.1, levée de la séance.
Je propose, Monsieur le maire, la levée de l'Assemblée.
Un appuyeur.
J'appuie.
Merci. Et ça termine notre plus long conseil de ville de la cité de Dorval. Bonne nuit tout le monde et merci et bonne soirée. Thank you everyone for being with us tonight. Have a great evening.